Terbuka Bapak Dr. Muhammad Yunus SSMA beserta jajaran ke Universitas Terbuka Convention Center.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we please have your attention for those who are still outside of the main venue. Please come in and sit on the provided seat already over here because we're going to begin the conference in just a few moments.
Precisely, baby. We will begin our agenda, our official opening ceremony in just a few moments. Therefore, we kindly greet all of the esteemed participants. Good morning and a very warm welcome to our distinguished guests, official, presenters, moderators, and also participants in Universitas Terbuka, whether you are attending here directly at Universitas Terbuka Convention Center, joining us directly at Pondok Cabe, the headquarters of UTE, or whether you are joining us virtually from Zoom from all across the globe, all are welcome. Thank you so much for making it and coming to the third International Conference of Teachings on Teachings and Learning, or ICTL 2025. We kindly remind everyone that once again we will begin our agenda shortly. Therefore, for those of you who are attending directly, we kindly invite all of you to be seated, to put on your designated seat, and please make sure to put your mobile phone in a silent or muted mode to get the best experiences and uninterrupted sessions of our agenda.
Right, and we also would like to inform you of the rules of the conference that we have today. Particularly, this one is for those who are joining us online. So please turn your cameras on during the sessions and use the virtual background. And also ensure your display name follows the format that has been shown on the screen. And also, if you have questions during the sessions, you can type it in the chat box on the Zoom application. And of course, state your name and affiliation so people know where you're from. And please keep your microphone muted during the whole sessions. And for those who are attending offline as well, we would like to engage actively and maintain respectful professional behavior during all the sessions. And don't forget, Bijak, they have to fill out the evaluation form, which link will be shared at the end of the sessions.
Precisely. Please kindly follow the respected rules that have been shown in the screens for those of you who are attending directly more on or online, because we expect to have the best experience of the agenda. We have an amazing lineup coming with an amazing discussion, amazing lineup of experts that will share their insight, will share their ideas and new breaking foundation for our agenda today.
Right, so we probably will begin in just a few minutes later. So for now, enjoy the time. For those who are coming online, put your snacks around and also your drinks. So enjoy the moment, and we're gonna watch a few videos from the committee team. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Selamat datang di Universitas Terbuka, perguruan tinggi negeri ke-45 di Indonesia yang diresmikan pada 4 September 1984. Lokasi Universitas Terbuka yang terletak di Pondok Cabe, Tangerang Selatan ini berdiri di atas lahan seluas 16 hektar. Sebagai kantor pusat layanan dan informasi, Universitas Terbuka dibangun dengan mengedepankan konsep profesional, high technology, dengan tetap menjaga lahan terbuka hijau dan suasana asri. sebagai salah satu fakultas di Universitas Terbuka, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan FKIP UT mempunyai visi, misi, dan tanggung jawab dalam mewujudkan pendidikan untuk meningkatkan profesionalitas dan keterampilan guru melalui sistem pendidikan tinggi terbuka dan jarak jauh. FKIP UT juga ikut mendukung terpenuhinya target kualifikasi sarjana untuk guru. FKIP UT menjadi unggulan dalam menghasilkan pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional melalui sistem pendidikan tinggi terbuka dan jarak jauh. Misi FKIP 1. Memperluas akses pendidikan tinggi terbuka dan jarak jauh dalam bidang pendidikan secara nasional, regional, serta internasional. 2. Meningkatkan kualitas sistem penyelenggaraan dan layanan pendidikan, menjawab kebutuhan pendidikan dan tenaga kependidikan profesional. 3. Menghasilkan dan mendiseminasikan temuan kajian keilmuan, teknologi, dan seni bidang pendidikan untuk meningkatkan kualitas pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan serta kelembagaan pendidikan. FKIP UT dipimpin oleh dekan dengan dibantu oleh para wakil dekan bidang akademik, wakil dekan bidang keuangan dan kerumah tanggaan, dan wakil dekan bidang kemahasiswaan. Untuk menjaga penjaminan mutu, FKIP memiliki gugus kendali mutu fakultas di bawah koordinasi wakil dekan bidang akademik. Di setiap prodi juga terdapat gugus kendali mutu program studi. Gugus kendali mutu fakultas ini merupakan derivat dan perpanjangan tugas dari Pusat Penjaminan Mutu Pendidikan. Program studi yang dimiliki oleh FKIP antara lain Program Sarjana Strata 1 atau S1, Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, Pendidikan Biologi, Pendidikan Fisika, Pendidikan Kimia, Pendidikan Matematika, Pendidikan Ekonomi, Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar atau PGSD, Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini, PG PAUD, Teknologi Pendidikan. Setiap semester, FKIP menyapa para mahasiswa dengan mengirimkan WhatsApp Blast dan juga mengadakan ngobrol pintar penuh inspirasi yang oleh FKIP diistilahkan dengan ngopi. Pada kegiatan ini, Dekanat menyampaikan program-program besar FKIP pada semester tersebut kepada seluruh mahasiswa baru FKIP. Dilanjutkan juga penyampaian informasi dan diskusi antara Kaprodi, para dosen prodi, dan mahasiswa. FKIP banyak melakukan kerjasama dengan mitra-mitra di dalam dan luar negeri. Sebagai anggota dari Forum Komunikasi FKIP Negeri, FKIP UT menyelenggarakan kegiatan-kegiatan bersama dengan Forkom FKIP Negeri, seperti penandatanganan kerjasama di bidang Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, pertukaran pelajar, pertukaran dosen, lomba antar mahasiswa. Selain melakukan kerjasama dengan FKIP Negeri di seluruh Indonesia, FKIP UT juga melakukan kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi lain, sekolah menengah, Dinas Pendidikan Kota atau Kabupaten, Provinsi. FKIP UT juga melakukan kolaborasi riset dengan NTU Taiwan, Utimara, dan lain-lain. Program Sertifikat Bahasa Indonesia untuk Penutur Asing atau BIPA UT adalah program yang dikembangkan oleh UT untuk memberikan layanan pembelajaran bahasa Indonesia bagi orang atau masyarakat asing yang bukan pengguna bahasa Indonesia atau non-native speakers secara online. Tujuan yang diharapkan setelah peserta mengikuti program BIPA UT adalah mereka mampu berkomunikasi dalam bahasa Indonesia, baik ragam formal maupun informal. Sasaran program BIPA UT adalah orang asing yang bukan penutur bahasa Indonesia, baik yang bertempat tinggal di luar wilayah RI maupun yang bertempat tinggal di Indonesia, berusia minimal 17 tahun, berkeinginan untuk belajar bahasa Indonesia dan dapat mengakses secara online. Portal Guru Pintar Online atau GPO merupakan forum ilmiah yang didedikasi bagi para guru dan mereka lainnya yang memiliki perhatian kepada upaya peningkatan mutu pendidikan guru dan mutu pembelajaran di sekolah. Istilah kata pintar dalam Guru Pintar Online ini memiliki arti pintu interaksi antar guru. Dengan harapan bahwa media online ini bisa dijadikan sebagai sarana komunikasi interaktif dalam kerangka menumbuhkan budaya belajar sepanjang hayat. Portal GPO memberikan akses kepada guru dan pemerhati pendidikan guru untuk bersama-sama memberikan kontribusi bagi upaya peningkatan ilmu pengetahuan dan pengalaman praktik baik atau best practice dalam bidang pendidikan dan pembelajaran. Kontribusi dapat dilakukan melalui laman dalam GPO, khususnya melalui laboratorium pendidikan dan galeri profil. Selanjutnya, FKIPUT sebagai pengelola portal ini berharap seluruh masyarakat pendidikan dapat memanfaatkan portal GPO sebagai sumber belajar dan sumber inspirasi bagi peningkatan profesionalisme guru secara berkelanjutan. Untuk meningkatkan partisipasi mahasiswa dalam kegiatan inovasi dan kreativitas, salah satu kegiatannya adalah Lomba Inovasi Pembelajaran dan Kreativitas Mahasiswa Tingkat Nasional atau LIPKMN yang sudah dilaksanakan secara rutin sejak tahun 2019. Kegiatan LIPKMN ini diselenggarakan sesuai dengan standar aturan program kreativitas mahasiswa atau PKM Direktorat Kemahasiswaan. Kegiatan ini juga melibatkan perguruan tinggi lainnya serta asosiasi profesi pendidikan setiap program studi sebagai mitra. Temu Ilmiah Nasional Guru atau TING adalah suatu pertemuan ilmiah dan agenda tahunan Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan yang dipercayakan kepada FKIPUT untuk memperingati Hari Guru setiap 25 November sejak tahun 2009 dengan pembicara para tokoh dan praktisi pendidikan yang ahli di bidangnya. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Terbuka terus beradaptasi dengan perkembangan dunia untuk kemajuan para pendidik demi terciptanya kemajuan pendidikan di negeri tercinta.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau FKIP Universitas Terbuka. Saya, Profesor Dr. Uci Rahayu, MSc, Dekan FKIP Universitas Terbuka masa jabatan tahun 2021-2025. Kami bangga menjadi unggulan dalam menghasilkan pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan yang profesional melalui sistem pendidikan tinggi terbuka dan jarak jauh sebagai visi FKIP. Saat ini, FKIP UT memiliki 12 program studi, yaitu Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar, Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini, Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Matematika, Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Fisika, Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Biologi, Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Kimia, Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Ekonomi, Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, Program Studi S1 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, Program Studi Teknologi Pendidikan, dan Program Pendidikan Profesi Guru atau PPG. Dari ke-12 prodi tersebut, 3 diantaranya sudah terakreditasi A, yaitu Prodi S1 PGSD, S1 PG PAUD, dan S1 Pendidikan Matematik. Sedangkan 8 lainnya sudah terakreditasi B. Semua program studi ditujukan untuk para guru, sedangkan S1 Teknologi Pendidikan terbuka bagi non-guru. PPG merupakan program FKIP terbaru yang ditawarkan mulai tahun 2023 dan sudah terakreditasi baik. PPG terbuka bagi guru dalam jabatan dan prajabatan untuk bidang studi PGSD, PG PAUD, biologi, fisika, dan ekonomi. Mari bergabung dengan FKIP Universitas Terbuka. FKIP Universitas Terbuka menginovasi, menginspirasi, dan mendedikasikan diri untuk pendidikan terbuka dan jarak jauh yang unggul dan bermutu.
Universitas Terbuka, making higher education open to all.
Once again, a good morning and a very warm welcome to Director of Universitas Terbuka, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Yunus SSMA, alongside all of the esteemed officials of Universitas Terbuka, and also alongside our esteemed guests and also participants that come here to the third ICTL 2025 directly from the Universitas Terbuka Convention Center and also broadcasted virtually all across Indonesia, all across the globe. A very good morning to each and every one of us.
Right, we're very excited to and ready to begin the conference in just a few minutes.
Exactly. A reminder to few key principles that we will attend today. For those of you who are attending directly, we kindly invite you to sit in the designated seat. We kindly invite you to fill in the front row seat first to get the best experience of the agenda, of course. And also we are inviting you to put your phones in silent mode, in muted mode, so we will be having an uninterrupted agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask for permission to begin our agenda. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Welcome to
The Third International Conference on Teaching and Learning 2025.
Proudly presented to you by Faculty of Education and Teacher Training of Universitas Terbuka.
Such a proud honor to be here with all of you today. My name is Bijak Wu, alongside my co-host for today,
Ayubi. And of course, we're so delighted to serve you as your host today on this remarkable occasion. This is a hybrid mode conference.
Exactly. A very good morning, a warm welcome to each and every one of us. And just before we begin, first and foremost, please kindly allow us to extend our heartfelt gratitude and warm welcome to our honorable guests for today. First and foremost, dear the Honorable Professor Stella Christie, AB, PhD, as the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Minister of Indonesia, and that alongside all of the esteemed representative, the esteemed Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Yunus SSMA, alongside all of the esteemed Vice Rectors and officials.
And we would also like to acknowledge and welcome our distinguished plenary and invited speakers. First, we have Dr. Tahira Bibi from Allama Iqbal Open University, Pakistan, Professor Hao Chang Kung Lin from National University of Tainan, Taiwan, Professor Ojat Darajat from Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Cultural Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Amirul Mukminin from Universitas Jambi, Indonesia, Associate Professor Mimi Fitriana Zaini from Help University, Malaysia.
Exactly, and not to forget, of course, Professor Kwang Sing-chuk from Korea, National Open University, South Korea, Professor Dewi Arari Padma Putri, Professor Asri Dwi Jaini Suhandoko, Professor Noviana Mustafa, and also Professor Liduna Sri Ardiasi, all from Universitas Terbuka, Indonesia. We also warmly welcome our esteemed, our distinguished line of professors, head of institutions, dean, vice dean, chairs, head of study programs, lecturers, advisors, and not to forget all presenters, all moderators, and all esteemed participants, whether you are joining us directly here at Pondok Cabe at the Universitas Terbuka Convention Center or virtually from all across Indonesia or all across the globes.
Right, Bijak.
Yes.
So, the conference theme this year is Reenvisioning Education in the Digital Era for the Resilient Future, which I think this really reflects a primary need for us to transform education to be able to respond to the challenges and opportunities that brought about by a very rapid advanced transformation in technology. And I think in today's digital landscape, education, we must ensure that it's able to adapt with its relevancy and also inclusiveness, and also it has to be accessible. Don't you think so?
Indeed, Mbak Ayubi, you cannot said it any better than that. This theme also emphasizes the importance, the cruciality of leveraging technology to enhance teaching and learning while fostering resilience in our educational system to navigate the ever-changing global challenges right now. Throughout this conference, we dearly hope we will explore how digital tools works, innovative practices, and also the global collaboration that can take place in shaping the future of our education to ensure that it's not only effective but also adaptive once again to the ever-changing, to the very liquid challenge in our rapidly challenging world.
Right, I pretty much agree to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the way we begin our agenda today, we are going to sing the Indonesian national anthem followed by the hymn of Universitas Terbuka. So, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you all to rise from your seat and we will be singing Indonesian national anthem. Thank you. Please be seated.
Moving on to our next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, to share an overview of the preparations, objective, but also the significance of our two-day prestigious agenda, we are honored to invite the chairperson of the Third International Conference on Teaching and Learning 2025, International Conference on Teaching and Learning 2025, to deliver the official committee reports. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Julie Firmansyah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. My peace and blessing be upon us all. Our respected keynote speaker, Professor Stella Christie, EB, PhD, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, represented today by Professor Dr. Andi Fidriantini, PhD, Director of Transformative Learning, Strategies and System, Directorate General of Science and Technology. Honorable Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Dr. Muhammad Yunus, SSMA, our esteemed plenary speakers, Dr. Tahira Bibi from Alama Iqbal Open University, Pakistan, Prof. Hao Chiang Kong Lin from National University of Taiwan, Prof. Ojat Darojat, PhD, Deputy for Education Quality Improvement at the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture, and Professor Amirul Mukminin, SPD, MSc, PhD from Universitas Jambi. Our respected invited speakers, Associate Professor Mimi Fitriana Zaini, PhD from Health University Malaysia, Prof. Kwang Sik-chung from Korea National Open University, Professor Dewi Artati Padmo Putri, MA, PhD, Mrs. Astri Dwi Jayanti Suhandoko, MAG, PhD, Professor Dr. Lidwina Sri Ardiasi, MAD, PhD, and Mrs. Noviana Mustafa, PhD. Honorable Vice Rector, Head of Institute, Dean and Vice Dean, Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at Universitas Terbuka, Professor Dr. Ucu Rahayu, MSc. Head of Study Program within the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training in Universitas Terbuka, the presenters, participants, institution partners, and the organizing committee that I'm proud of you. Praise be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His grace we have granted in one atmosphere imbued with scientific inspired at the Third International Conference on Teaching and Learning, ICTL 2025. Which has been organized by the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Terbuka. This year, we have chosen the theme, Reenvisioning Education in Digital Era for a Resilient Future, as a response to the challenge and opportunity in the transformative era of education. The third ICTL 2025 will be held in a hybrid format, combining offline meeting at the Universitas Terbuka Convention Center, or UTCC, with online participation through digital platform. Hundreds of participants from various educational institutions, both domestic and international, will be in attendance. There are 624 participant, 425 online and offline participants, and 199 presenters, including 120 online presenters and 79 offline presenters. From the presenters, 56% are from Universitas Terbuka, while 44% are from other institutions, including presenters from abroad, such as Egypt, Malaysia, Sweden, Taiwan, and Pakistan. At this event, we also celebrate the exhibition project from our teacher professional education students, or PPG. The students will present their community service product, including educational media, craft, environmental projects, and culinary innovations. This conference is not only an academic event, but also a global dialogue space. Through 7 strategy sub-themes, including open and distant learning, inclusivity, sustainability, mental health, and innovation in STEM and math learning. This aims to create a collaborative space across disciplines, cultures, and national borders. As the chairman of the committee, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to entire organizing committee, the speakers, reviewers, sponsors, and participants who have demonstrated extraordinary enthusiasm. This collective effort reflects our shared commitment to empowering an inclusive, adaptive, and globally competitive education system. Finally, I wish you all a fruitful conference. May the third ICTL 2025 be an inspiring moment to expand networking, strengthen research, and formulate concrete solutions for the advancement of the world of education. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Thank you so much, dear Dr. Julie Firmansyah, the chairperson of the third ICTL 2025, for your comprehensive report and especially for your leadership for making ICTL 2025 a reality for us.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now our honor to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training to deliver the welcoming remarks. Please give a warm round of applause, Professor Dr. Ucu Rahayu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, may peace and blessing be upon us all. Distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Stella Christie, AB PhD, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, represented today by Professor Dr. Ardi Vindyartini, PhD, Director of Transformative Learning Strategy and System, Directorate General of Science and Technology. Honorable Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Dr. Muhammad Yunus, our esteemed plenary speakers, Dr. Tahira Bibi from Allama Iqbal Open University, Pakistan, Professor Hao Chiang Kaung Lin from National University of Tainan, Taiwan, Professor Ojat Torojat, PhD, Deputy for Education Quality Improvement at the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture, and Professor Amirul Mukminin, PhD from Universitas Jambi. Our respected invited speakers, Associate Professor Mimi Fitriani Jahini, PhD from Help University, Malaysia, Professor Kwang Sing Chung from Korea National Open University, Professor Dewi Artati Padmo Putri, Ms. Asri Dewi Ms. Asri Dwi Jayanti Suhandoko, PhD, Professor Dr. Ludwina, and Ms. Noviana Mustafa, PhD. Honorable Vice Rectors, Heads of Institutes, Deans, and Vice Deans. Honorable Chair of the Third International Conference on Teaching and Learning 2025, Dr. Julie Firmansyah. Honorable Head of Task Force of Directorate of Teacher Professional Education, Directorate General of Teachers, Education Personnel, and Teacher Education. Honorable Professors and Heads of Study Program within the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at Universitas Terbuka, esteemed presenters, participants, and the entire organizing committee of the third ICTL, whom I deeply admire and appreciate. Let us begin by offering our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for it is by His grace that we are able to gather here today for the third International Conference on Teaching and Learning 2025, theme Reenvisioning Education in Digital Era for a Resilient Future, held in a hybrid mode. This conference, hosted regularly by the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training at Universitas Terbuka, serves as a platform for educators, researchers, and practitioners to exchange knowledge and experiences. It also stands as proud contribution from our faculty in celebration of National Education Day. The theme we carry this year is highly relevant to the challenges we face today. Education must evolve in response to rapid technological advancement and global shifts. The subthemes we explore include open and distant learning for global education, building inclusive and equitable education, sustainable and resilient educational models, sustainable learning for mental health and well-being, innovation in STEM learning, innovation in mass learning, and best practices in teaching and learning. These topics are not only timely but essential in shaping a more inclusive, adaptive, and future-ready education system. These topics are important to discuss since we are living in a digital age where technology plays an increasingly central role in all aspects of life, including education. Open and distant learning has emerged as a powerful tool to expand access to education globally, ensuring equity and inclusivity. At the same time, we must build educational models that are sustainable and resilient in the face of global challenges such as climate change and mental health crisis. Innovation in STEM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, and mass, media, entertainment, sports, and health are also crucial in preparing our youth for an unpredictable future. By sharing best practices in teaching and learning, we can collectively enhance the quality of education and ensure that every learner has the opportunity to thrive. Today, we are also proud to present the showcase of works from our teacher professional education students, featuring 18 groups who will present their leadership project outcomes, ranging from educational media and crafts to culinary, innovation, and more. Welcome to the third International Conference on Teaching and Learning 2024, a global forum where bold ideas converge and educational innovation takes shape. In this era of rapid transformation, this conference is a vital moment to align our vision, broaden our perspectives, and foster cross-border collaboration. We are not merely discussing the future of education. We are actively shaping it together with a spirit of openness, diversity, and progress. I extend my deepest appreciation to all who have made this event possible, our inspiring speakers, enthusiastic participants, and the dedicated organizing team working tirelessly behind the scenes. Your presence and contribution are the foundation of this conference success. Let us make the most every session, discussion, and exchange during this event as a stepping stone toward a more resilient, inclusive, and relevant education system. May the ideas born here today grow into real change in our classrooms and communities. Thank you, and I wish you a meaningful and inspiring conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Uchi, for such a warm welcome to all of us here, joining online and offline. And Vijak, before we move on, actually to the next agenda, I would like to greet one of the prominent invited speakers that's been joining us online this morning, Professor Ardi. So, Professor Ardi, are you there yet on the Zoom? Could you please turn on your microphone and greet all of us here?
Yeah, hello everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Good morning.
I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, it's very
Loud
clear.
and clear, crystal clear. Once again, thank you so much. We're truly honored for your presence today, and we will be excitingly looking for your session in a bit.
Thank you. All right, cool. Right, Vijak. So,
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, moving on to our next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue this important gathering, it is our utmost honor to hear from the leaders of the institution that has been long and at the forefront of opening open and distance education access here in Indonesia. What it is if it's not Universitas Terbuka. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Rector of Universitas Terbuka, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Yunus SS MA.
Morning everybody, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terlalu senyap, ulang ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting to all of us. Distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Kristi AB PhD, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, represented today by Professor Dr. Adi Fidyatini, PhD, Director of Transnational Planning Strategies and System, Directorate General of Science and Technology. Our esteemed plenary speakers, Dr. Tahira Bibi from Allama Iqbal Open University, Prof. Ho Ching Kung Lin from National University of Tainan, Prof. Ojat Darajat, PhD, Deputy for Education, Quality Improvement at the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Culture, Prof. Amirul Mukminin, SPD, MSc, PhD from University Jambi. Our respected invited speakers, Associate Professor Mimi Fitriana Zaini, PhD from Help University, Prof. Kwang Sik Chung from Korea National Open University, Prof. Dr. Anda Dewi Artati Padmo Putri, MA PhD, Asri Dwi Jayanti Suandoka MED, PhD, Prof. Dr. Lidwina Siadiasi, SPD MPD, Enoviana Mustafa, PhD. Honorable Vice Rectors, Heads of Institute, Dean and Vice Deans, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Prof. Dr. Ucu Rahayu, MSc, Honorable Chairman of Third International Conference on Teaching and Learning 2025, Dr. Julie Firmansyah, MPD, Honorable Head of Task Force of Directorate of Teacher Professional Education Program, Directorate General of Teacher Education Personnel and Teacher Education, Professors and heads of study programs within the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training Universitas Terbuka, presenters, participants, and all committee members of the third ICTL who I am proud of. First and foremost, let's express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing and grace. We can gather in the third ICTL 2025 with the theme Reenvisioning Education in the Digital Era for a Resilient Future. Today, we face numerous challenges in the field of education: the rapid advancement of technology, the increasing need for inclusive and equitable education, and the necessity to build sustainable and resilient educational models are just a few of the pressing issues. Additionally, the mental health and well-being of students, the integration of innovative learning methods, and the need for best practices in teaching and learning are critical areas that require our attention. Universitas Terbuka is committed to addressing this challenge through its mission and vision. As pioneer in open and distance learning, UT provide accessible, inclusive, and high-quality education to learners worldwide. Our approach allows students to study according to their own schedules, making education more flexible and adaptable to their needs. This is particularly important in today's fast digital era, where conditional dual traditional education models may not always be visible. UT's contribution to education are significant. By adopting an open and decent learning system, we have bridged the gap in access to education, making it possible for the individual from diverse backgrounds to pursue higher education. Other programs are designed to meet the needs of those who may have other obligations, such as work or family responsibilities, ensuring that education is a lifelong opportunity for everyone. Furthermore, UT is dedicated to fostering innovation in teaching and learning. We continuously explore new methods and technologies to enhance the educational experience and prepare our students for the future. By sharing best practices and collaborating with international partners, we aim to create a more inclusive, high-quality, and adaptive education system. In this seminar, we will discuss various topics relevant to the challenges and opportunities in the digital era. Discussion will cover inclusive education, mental health and well-being, innovation in STEAM and match learning, and sustainable and resilient learning models. Through this session, we hope to find effective solutions and strategies to improve the quality of education and prepare future generations to be excellent and competitive. May the third ICTL 2025 be a productive platform for exchanging ideas and strengthening education networks at the international level. Together, let's create a more inclusive, high-quality, and adaptive education and prepare a generation of learners who are excellent and competitive. At the end of this speech, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all artists who have contributed to the organization of this event. Thank you to the keynote speakers, plenary speakers, invited speakers, presenters, and participants. May this event motivate us all to bring positive change in the world of education. Enjoy the seminar. Selamat menikmati seminar. May the discussion and ideas generated here become valuable contribution to development of Education. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Yunus, for such an incredible remark. We kindly invite you to remain on the stage, dear Pak Yunus, because we will move on to our next agenda, which is the official opening ceremony of ICTL 2025. We kindly invite you to the center of the stage, and with that, we also honorably invite the Dean of the Faculty of Teachers, Training and Education of UT, Professor Uci Rahayu, and also Dr. Julie Firmansyah as the Chairman of ICTL 2025 to come upstage to experience and also to accompany our rector for the official opening ceremonies of ICTL 2025. For your information, ladies and gentlemen, the official opening of ICTL 2025 will be signified, will be symbolized by the striking of the gong. Bapak Rektor, are you ready?
Amin. Amin. Amin.
With this symbolic gesture, we officially declare the opening of the Third International Conference on Teaching and Learning 2025 with the themes of Reenvisioning Education in the Digital Era for a Resilient Future.
Amazing, and we would like to put this moment with the documentation. We will take a pictures together.
Indeed, Bayubi.
We have 3 sessions of group photos, right, Vijay?
First off, with the Rector, the Dean, and also the Chairman of ICTL, we will take our pictures together. Bapak, Ibu, mohon izin. Please kindly squeeze in and give us your best, most prettiest smile, because we will document the pictures in 3, 2, 1. Once more, 3, 2, 1. With UT pose, UT. 3, 2, okay.
Beauty pose.
For 3, 2, 1. Once more, 3, 2, 1.
Right, thank you very much. Please remain on the stage, everyone. We would like to have the second session of the group photo. We would like to invite all the vice rectors, also Professor Amirul, and we would also like to invite the audience online on the Zoom to turn on your camera, please. We're going to take pictures all together.
Exactly.
Also, all the invited keynote speakers who also are present online, Professor Ardi, Professor Tahira Bibi, and all the invited speakers, please turn your camera on. We're going to take pictures together.
Exactly. Once again, we kindly honorably invite all of the lines of vice rectors, also Professor Amirul Mukminin as a representation of the speakers, and also we kindly invite all of the esteemed speakers and guests that have attended online to turn on your camera, to put on your best file, because we will take the pictures together alongside the offline and online sessions. Squeeze in, ladies and gentlemen, give out your best smile. We will take the pictures in 3, 2, 1. Once more in 3, 2, 1. To the forefront camera first.
And the second pose with the UT pose, please. The UT pose together. For those online, could you please also do the UT pose if you're able to do that?
U with your right hand and T with
the
your
right hand and T with the left hand. It's the UT pose.
Give out your best smile in 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now kindly invite you all to come downstairs because we will take pictures together with all of the esteemed participants of ICTL 2025. And with that, we also kindly invite all of the participants, students, lecturers that have attended here at UTSS to stand up together because we will take the pictures to commemorate the ICTL 2025. Squeeze in, make sure yourself is visible, and we will take our picture together. Together in 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. UT pose. Never forgetting. Never skipping the UT pose in 3, 2, 1. One more in 3, 2, 1. Please give the biggest round of applause for ICTL 2025. To all esteemed guests and participants, you are welcome to be seated again. Thank you so much for your active participations in our agenda so far.
Right, we just got drowned in a very warm and fun moment with all of us here. And ladies and gentlemen, we just now also witnessed the symbolic official opening of the third ICTL 2025. And as per our tradition, in order for us to get blessings on this special day, let's bow our heads for a moment and pray together. And the prayer will be led by Mr. Muhammad Sulaiman, the head of Islamic Education Study Program at Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Terbuka. So, Mr. Muhammad Sulaiman, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sebelum memulai konferensi internasional ini, marilah kita memanjatkan doa dan harapan agar seluruh rangkaian acara diberkahi, berjalan lancar, dan memberikan manfaat besar bagi dunia pendidikan di era digital yang terus berkembang. Izinkan saya memimpin doa ini secara muslim. Bagi peserta dari keyakinan lain, disilakan berdoa menurut cara dan keyakinannya masing-masing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Nabiyyina Muhammadin وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. اللهم إنا نسألك علما نافعا وعملا متقبلا وقلبا خاشعا ونية خالصة لوجهك الكريم. Ya Allah, the source of light and wisdom, we are here today as educators, researchers, and learners, united in our purpose to reinvention education for a resilient future as we navigate through the digital era. Bless this gathering with productive conversations, inspiring collaboration, and meaningful outcomes that benefit humanity and uphold the values of equity, inclusion, and knowledge. Ya Allah, Al-Alim, Tuhan yang Maha Mengetahui, berkahilah konferensi ini dengan limpahan rahmat dan bimbingan. Tuntunlah para narasumber, moderator, peneliti, dan peserta untuk bisa berdiskusi secara ilmiah dengan hati yang jernih, pemikiran yang terbuka, dan semangat kolaboratif untuk kemajuan pendidikan global yang berdaya tahan dan berkelanjutan. Allahumma ij'al هذا المؤتمر ICTL الثالث مؤتمرا مباركا والهم فيه أهل الحكمة والرشاد وافتح لنا فيه أبواب الفهم والإبداع واجعل أقوالنا وأعمالنا خالصة لوجهك واجمع بيننا على الخير ووفقنا لما تحب وترضى يا أرحم الراحمين. Kami akhiri dengan doa Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Sulaiman, for such beautiful prayers. May God grant all of our wishes for today.
Indeed, and may blessing be upon us throughout this agenda and beyond. Mbak Ayubi, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit here together in such an exciting event with heart full of eagerness, as a sign of welcome, as a sign of respect, we have prepared just for you a special performance. This special performance that we about to witness is a traditional dance that features captivating choreography. It is inspired by the rich cultures of Kalimantan provinces. Choreographed by Adriani Siandari, brought to you by the talented students of Dharma Karya High School. Please give the biggest round of applause for Flying High! Once again, the biggest round of applause for Flying High, choreographed by Adriani Siandari and brought to you by the talented students of Dharma Karya High Schools of Universitas Terbuka. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, for those of you who don't know, Dharma Karya is a foundation under the Universitas Terbuka, which is a testimonial, a living proof of how contributed, of how committed Universitas Terbuka to inclusive all the education all around, because Dharma Karya presented education in all sort of level, from primary schools to junior high school to senior high school up until higher education, and even playgroup or preschools to serve the best kind of education to all Indonesian.
Right, Vijay, and the performance just now that we saw, it somehow give me sort of chills, like the energy, like
Shivers,
the beautiful, peaceful melody just crawls into my face. It's really nice, and hopefully you could also feel that. For those of you who are watching online and offline, it gives us more energy and motivations to go through the day for this special conference today. And ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the next agenda. this is one of the most awaited sessions. That is the keynote speech session. And most of you also might have been aware that we originally have Professor Stella Christie, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. But however, due to unfortunate circumstances, she's unable to join us today. But don't fret about it, because in her stead, we are honored to have another distinguished scholar who will deliver the keynote speech, Vijay. So, our keynote speaker today, who's representing Professor Stella Christie, is a professor in medical education from Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Indonesia. And she completed her doctoral program from University of Melbourne. And she's been involved as the reviewer of national and international medical education journals. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming virtually the Director of Strategies and System of Transformative Learning in Directorate General Science and Technology, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Professor Dr. Ardi Pindiaratini. Good morning, Professor Adri.
Very good morning.
Amazing. It's nice to see you this morning. How are you today?
Very nice to see you too. I'm great, thank you.
Amazing. All right, so we allocate 20 minutes for you. So the time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good morning, everyone, distinguished speakers, honorable rectors, Bapak Muhammad Yunus, and also vice rectors. Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, and all of the participants, students and teachers. It's very honored for me to represent Prof. Stella Christie in this very esteemed conference, the third international conference on teaching and learning. So I would like to also appreciate the organizing committee of this third international conference on teaching and learning, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. So today I would like to share with you all, I would like to call it perhaps our passion in education, because I would like to resonate my agreement towards the current conference theme around the enhancing resilience for the future. Us as the educators, teachers, researchers, scholars, professionals, leaders, and as the current director of Transformative Learning System and Strategy in our Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, I think it's very timely also for me to discuss with you all today about the transformative learning in higher education, where the people, all of us, the human, needs to be the center of education. So, in our current challenges of Indonesia, we have the climate challenge, we have the decelerating of global economy, the disruptions in technology, and also the artificial intelligence, and also the epidemiological transition, the new risk of new pandemic, and also limited time for us as Indonesians to use our demographical bonus for Indonesia Emas 2045. And in the current strategy of our nations, education is part of, is the central, should be the central all of the strategy moving all of us towards the Indonesia Emas 2045. So now I would like all of us to reflect in our day-to-day life, to what extent we've been using technology, to what extent we've been using the digital informations, how many click in your Google or ChatGPT up to this time in this morning, and have you been using generative AI for our teaching, learning, and research process? What I'm saying is that we cannot avoid all of this advancement in technology, including in artificial intelligence, digital informations, because there are a lot of expansion in the knowledge, expansions of informations, abundance of informations out there that we need to curate, we need to interpret, and we need to use in solving our day-to-day problems, including in engaging with our students, in engaging with our teachers. So it's unavoidable, of course, but then we need to think and reflect on how all of us as humans need to position ourselves to collaborate with all of this advancement in technology and also the informations. So it's not that the technology is our enemies. We need to be friended with the technology, but the governance, the use of technology needs to be led by us. So we need to be able to use the technology wisely. Of course, there are risks on the job security. All of the jobs that can be automated can be replaced by technology. So if we can think of our role as human, then what are the human role that cannot be replaced, and in which way we need to collaborate with technology, including with AI. And of course, there are ethical implications, and the reliability of AI, it's getting better because we can collaborate with the AI, the information, the big data that we feed for the generative AI. That's actually part of the process that secure the validity of the information provided by generative AI. And there are also issues on data confidentiality. And yes, it's very normal if we are afraid of being replaced by AI. So I would like to challenge myself and all of us to think about how then we can stay as human, but human who can collaborate with technology and AI wisely and ethically, of course. So let us reflect on all required literacies as teachers, as higher education teachers, particularly as students, as citizens, as researchers, as scholars. Information literacy, media literacy, digital literacy, computational literacy, and artificial intelligence literacy have been used rather interchangeably. So let's see what are they in particular. Information literacy, of course, we need to have this, is the ability to recognize when information is needed and the capability to locate, evaluate, and use the information effectively for our decision making. What about media literacy? Is the understanding and analyzing and even creating the media for traditional and digital platforms. Digital literacy is the ability to understand and use information in multiple formats from wide variety of sources, particularly via computers and internet. So we can see now it's not a sequential literacy, but it's more of all of these literacies are completing each other. What about computational literacy? Is the ability to emphasize problem-solving processes and involves formulating problems and their solutions in ways that computers can also execute. So all of these sophisticated literacies needs to be there because it's also the foundations of what we call as artificial intelligence literacy. It's the ability to comprehend, assess, interact with, and make informed decisions regarding artificial intelligence technology in our daily life. And it involves the understanding of AI concepts, AI applications, AI effectiveness to human emotions, AI safety and security, and responsible AI usage. So this is the basic AI literacy that regardless our field, regardless our expertise, we need to master this. And of course, in regards to our respective field, there will be additional AI literacy aspect relevant to our role. And not everyone needs to be expert in AI, but we have to be able to have the basic literacy in AI because in order for us not being replaced by AI, we need to be able to collaborate with AI. Without this basic literacy, we cannot collaborate with AI. So, as I mentioned, it's very normal for us to feel afraid, to feel challenged by the presence of AI. And I think understanding our anxiety around the use of technology, including AI, is also part of the adaptation process. So we need to be able to to reflect on ourselves about our preparedness in using AI and technology. And for us to move forward, then what should we do? And interestingly, it's not only for individual decision making or individual reflections. It's also very critical for us to also look outwardly towards our organizations, towards our team, whether our team, our organizations, our students, our teachers are prepared to adapt with the current technology, virtual, digital, and information environment, including AI environment. To what extent we can support the change. So first understanding our own culture, our own attitude towards AI, and also the team attitude towards AI, then we hope that we can move forward adaptively towards collaborating with AI and technology, but still understanding different stages of adaptations of the individual member of our team. I think it's also part of the adaptations required in a teaching and learning process. So UNESCO has already shared the important AI competency framework for teachers. And we can see there are the progressions of the levels of the AI literacy and aspects that we need to pay attention to. The aspect is around human-centered mindset. Again, we are the human need to control the use of AI. Yes, we collaborate with AI, but we are the one who is responsible for any decisions being informed by AI. Ethics of AI, AI foundations and applications, AI pedagogy, to what extent we've been using AI for our teaching and learning, AI for professional development. And we can see the progressions of this competency framework of AI. So part of the reflections of our teacher education program or teacher training program is to what extent we've been incorporating this competency and to what extent and in what ways we've been capacitating, increase the capacity of our teachers, and to what extent we have been collaborating with our students. Because I always believe as teachers, we also we need to be able to be the lifelong learners. So when we are teachers, when we proudly say that we're teachers, it means that we need to be ready to learn, to have a lifelong learning. So collaborating with our students in assuring the achievement of this competency is also part of the strategy that we can also take. And I believe in Universitas Terbuka, given the open distance learning, very inclusive, very flexible and adaptable, without having the co-creation, co-design, and co-process between teachers and students and among students themselves, then we are actually minimizing our own potentials to reach the competency of the teachers, including in regards to the AI competency related. So again, AI should help us as professionals, as teachers, be better at what we do. And the aim should be enabling us as humans to become better learners and better decision makers. So the governance is in us. So that's why it's always important to say and to hold this belief that should be the human-centered artificial intelligence. And we can change that human-centered technology. So the teaching learning process, when we say about using the AI, of course the focus is still on the teaching and learning process. What's the aim? What's the learning outcomes of the teaching learning process, and what kind of the students and teacher we are dealing with, and etc. So it's always human-centered. So in the future, what we call as the human skill or human skill set is it includes cognitive flexibility, digital literacy, computational thinking, AI literacy, judgment and decision making, emotional and social intelligence, and also creative and innovative mindset. In our teacher training, we need to be able to incorporate this. And again, it's also another reflection point for us to what extent we've been trying our best to incorporate the achievement of this human skill set to our teachers. So again, the soft skills, this human skill set, the way that we need to empower our human skill set so that we can collaborate better with the technology, including artificial intelligence. So you can say the critical thinking skills, innovative thinking. So when we use the ChatGPT, for example, as part of the quite a common generative AI being used in our society now, and including our students and our teachers. So when we use our ChatGPT in our class, for example, in our classroom during the discussion, small group discussions with our students, it's not only about how our students are recommended to develop a very specific prompt for the ChatGPT. In order to be able for our students, including our teachers, to develop the very specific prompt, they need to think. They need to have their knowledge. They need to have the previous knowledge so that they can responsibly develop the prompts for the ChatGPT. Hence, the response will be more appropriate. Without the basic knowledge, without the critical thinking, it cannot happen the way that we want to. So, and once we get the information from the ChatGPT, for example, then we can again think about the accuracy of the information, the validity of the information. We may want to check the reference of that and whether it's relevant with our need, our purpose in using the ChatGPT. So the generative AI needs to be used with purpose, with certain aim, not just randomly, because we want to use and collaborate with the generative AI to help us in, for example, in solving the problem, in giving us more faster and more accurate information, but still the leader in all of those processes should be the human. And which human, which students, which teachers, those who have the human skill set. All of this skill set, including the reflective skill, the communication skill, teamwork skill, the responsibility and accountability, and so on and so forth, including, last but not least, the system thinking and system-based competence. We're not alone. When we use generative AI and we try to develop our decisions, we need to think about what would be the impact to ourselves, the impact toward our team, the impact toward our work, and the impact towards the system. So, in regards to our adaptations to and also incorporating the AI competency achievement in our faculty or in our students, that's where we offer the framework of transformative learning and transformative educations. So our curriculum have been heavily informed by subjects and contents where the informative learning has been happening. It is still important, but now we need to be able to also not only produce experts in their field, but also those who can use the information for their individual development, and also formative learning, and moving to transformative learning where the person learning all of the information, all of the knowledge and skills and certain attitude needs to be the center of the development. So the aim of the education to produce the leaders and also the agents of change. So that's where this triangle becomes timely because we need to, our education needs to aim to the top of this triangle, not only assuring the students and in teacher training the teachers to know about how to teach, for example, or how to discuss with students, how to provide feedback, but also showing how and do that in their daily practice and internalize all of the process as part of their identity. So aiming at the identity development then becomes the key in the transformative educations. Why we are aiming at identity? Because we want that, because when we go back to the definitions of learning, of course, it's not only about achieving certain cognitive capacity or competence, but also about change of mindset, change people, change their behavior. Hence, the transformative education. It's been there. I believe that Universitas Terbuka in its different programs have been using this approach because it's an umbrella approach. But I would like to use this moment to remind all of us about moving back all of the learning process, our teaching learning process, to the development of the people. So the identity, the personal and professional identity should be the key of our teaching and learning process. So it's not enough to just focus on learning to know, learning to do, but also learning to be, as well as learning to live together, including living together with the technology and artificial intelligence. I know this is the very busy slide, but this is how we are trying to frame, and we've been discussing with different experts in the field, and we will also would like to invite the experts from Universitas Terbuka to help us in really develop the model that can be applicable in different contexts of higher education teaching, including in teacher education in Indonesia. So the central of this part is actually the May-Zero transformative learning cycle, where the person is being placed in the center of the learning process, where they should do the self-evaluation and critically explore the current information or current problems with their personal assumptions, and recognize their own strengths and their own limitations, and finally identify what they need to explore and what the solution that can be offered, and etc. Develop the action plan, apply to the current problems, and that's where they got the lessons learned, and they think about how the current lessons learned will be aligned, or on the other hand will be contradictory with their values, and etc. So the cycle of this transformative learning process, the central is actually the self-reflections capability, both of the teachers and the students, the dialogue and active participations of the teachers and students. So in regards to this, I believe doing this transformative, practicing this transformative learning in our day-to-day practice, project-based learning, problem-based learning, the small group discussions, you name it, the central is again in people, the students and the teachers. So in this way, with the abundant information that can be accessed easily, and also with the generative AI, the presence of the teachers and the students are still the key. Because without using all of those informations correctly in applying to the problem solutions or in relevant issues being discussed, then it's no use. So we as teachers need to be present as the partner of the students in discussing all of those issues. So this way we hope that we can increase the self-reflection competence and encourage the skills for constructive dialogue, experiential-based learning, and also the need of development of the supportive learning environment. And hence, the focus again is in developing sorry, it's both in English and Indonesia. So the knowledge, skills, and attitude towards the certain expertise, certain field needs still to be mastered. But also on the more generic capacity in critical thinking skills and cultural humility, cultural intelligence, research and innovation, and so on, leadership, and so on and so forth. Again, the key is the enhancement of personal and professional development. So borrowing from the personal and professional identity formations in health science educations, this is the health professional educations, this is the scheme that we've been using, because to highlight really the importance of the dialogue interactions between the students and teachers, and also between the students and teachers in the learning community. So Hence, in this framework, the recognitions of the personal and professional identities, both for students and teachers, are very critical. Hence, the interactions are very constructive then to their evolvement of personal and professional identities. So if we are teachers now, how can we describe ourselves? If you are now the new generation of students now, how then we can describe ourselves? And in what values and what beliefs that we need to hold on. Therefore, I think it's very important for us to also ask about how we've been preparing ourselves as teachers, and as the organization and also the university, how we've been preparing our teachers. Because the transformative learning, development, and implementation need teachers who are also transformative teachers, who need to put their roles not only as information provider and guide, but also realize that the role as the role model, as a teacher and practitioner, facilitator and mentor in partnering with the students in discussing difficult topics or even usual topics. The teachers are also assessors and diagnosticians, because they need to understand their students, their characteristics, and in what best ways the interactions and the teaching and learning should take place. Teachers are also a curriculum developer and evaluator and manager and change agent, scholar and researcher, and also professional and inquirer into own competence. Because teachers who are very competent, transformative teachers needs also to be strong in their professional identity as teachers. What kind of teachers you are? What kind of teachers we are? The system, the institutions needs to provide the longitudinal, comprehensive, and systematic faculty or teacher development program. Not only through the workshops, conferences, seminars like this, which are good, but also to various ways of supporting the teachers, including the mentorship. So this is part of our current program that we would like to later on collaborate with different institutions in really revisit the way that we've been doing the teacher development or faculty development. So we want to align the teacher development program with the aim of supporting the teachers become transformative teachers. So the transformative teachers means they are also transformative learners in the framework of transformative learning and transformative education. So these are the topics that we've been in our directorate we've been identifying, and of course there are also we need to have more systematic needs analysis to cater different needs of the teachers, so that the transformative teachers development can be done more systematically. But again, if you all can see, the points are in really strengthening the teachers in of course in the curriculum development is still needed, but in really developing and implementing a transformative learning process according to the context. So transformative learning is an umbrella term, and it needs to be then diversified in different approaches, still holding the principles of the transformative learning. And of course, it requires the adaptive curriculum. I raised the issue of the curriculum because it's the program, the plan that we've been working very hard to develop. But adaptive curriculum without adaptive teachers is nothing. So in order to be able to develop and implement the adaptive curriculum, again, we need to support the teachers as well and collaborate with students. The assessment needs to be revisited. It needs to be the allocations of the formative assessment needs to always be there, student-centered, and more support on the way that students need to learn also about self-regulate themselves, and again, the technology enhanced performance analysis. And the use of AI has been there already. And last 3 slides, I think what I've been trying to share with all of you, and I hope it's relatable, is our ways actually to stay resilient and to stay adaptable. And we can list the enemies of adaptability. So if we one of the simple examples is how is our attitude towards the use of technology and AI, for example. So fear is normal, bias is normal, but it's very human. But then how we can adapt with this, all of the current development, and it's not only individually but also in the, as an organization. So part of the point of views that I also would like to share is also in teacher education and in faculty development, preparing our teacher. It means that we also support the teachers with the sets for them to be adaptable. And the friends of adaptability is the engagement, catering different needs, analyzing different needs of our students and our teachers, including their diverse views, and also aim for equity, act, react, and adapt, and also the view of long-term horizons, design flexibility, innovation, and of course hope. We need to hope that we as humans, we are more powerful, we are empowered by the technology, and we're still the leader of all of those processes. And in order to do that, it means that we need to again strengthen ourselves. Now, reflecting on our current role as teachers, researchers, professionals, students, how would we prepare ourselves? How would we prepare our students, our teachers? How can we collaborate with technology? How can we collaborate with AI? How do we feel about it? How can we improve our curriculum? How can we improve our faculty development programs and our teacher training programs? And you can add the list of the questions. And with that, I would like to thank you all for your kind attention. And again, education can only be transformative when students feel valued, acknowledged, safe, and are included in the learning community as full and active members. And as I mentioned, teachers are also lifelong students. Then it also includes teachers. All of us needs to be the full and active members of the teaching and learning process. So with that, I would like to thank you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much for such an inspiring keynote speech that has said a lot about our amazing team today. And we started to learn about AI literacy and what to do, what not to do in such a challenging time. And thank you so much once again to Professor Dr. Ardi Findiartini, PhD, for delivering such a remarkable session. Now, dear Professor, please kindly remain on the spot. Please kindly remain on the cam, because we will now, as a sign of gratitude, we want to present to you our token of appreciation. Yes, Mbak Yubi?
Yes, exactly. Sorry about that. We get the battery off, so had to change it for a bit. Yes, so we're moving on with the for the session. We would like to invite Dr. Rahmat Budiman, Professor Ucu Rahayu, and Dr. Jennifer Mansyah to come up to the stage to give the token of appreciation for our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Ardi.
Exactly. Once again, we are very honored to invite our Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, our Deans of the Faculty, and also the Chairman of the 3rd ICTL 2025 to deliver, to present the token of appreciation as a sign of gratitude, as a sign of respect for the amazing contributions of Professor Dr. Ardi Findiartini, PhD, for her keynote speech today.
And we would like to have some assistance from our committee team to present the certificate of appreciation for Professor Dr. Ardi.
Once again, Professor Dr. Ardi, please kindly remain on the screen, because we will now proceed to give the token of appreciation.
Beautiful.
There you go. There you have it, the certificate from UT for the amazing participations of Professor Ardi.
Honorable Professor Dr. Adi Vidyarthini, PhD, Director of Transformative Learning System and Strategies of Minister of Higher Education, Research and Technology, on behalf of Universitas Terbuka, and also the committee would like to thank you for sharing with us your thoughts, your ideas. And then this is the representation, our thankful, and then hopefully one day you will be able to come to UT in person to share your valuable thoughts and ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give the biggest round of applause for our amazing session.
And we would like to take a moment to take pictures together. Bapak, please stay on the stage. We would like to take pictures together, right on the screen, together there. And we would like to have assistance from the photographer to take pictures of Professor Adi all together with Professor Rahmat and Professor Ucu.
Yes, the biggest smile once again. And 3, 2, 1. One more in 3, 2, 1.
Great. Thank you very much, Bapak, Professor
Thank you very much.
Please remain here.
Once again, give the biggest round of applause for our first keynote speech of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been such a wonderful time so far.
Yes.
It's been only one session of keynote speech, yet we have received so much new insights, so much new information. But that's not all, because we will now moving on to one of our long-awaited part of our agenda, which is the plenary sessions. In this session, we will have the utmost opportunity, the privilege to hearing directly from our distinguished lineup of finely curated experts who will share their insight, who will share their perspective, ideas, breakthrough about our main themes, which is the Reenvisioning education in the digital era for resilient futures. But Mbak Ayubi and ladies and gentlemen, we won't be alone in this amazing session, because this next session will be led by a moderators. A bit of secret that me personally, Mbak Ayubi, and a lot of our friends are a huge fan of these prominent figures, such an inspiring figures to look up to. She spent most of her academic years in the States with a master's from George Washington University and a PhD from University of Maryland, with a deep expertise in educational assessment, language assessment, and also online educations. These figures has dedicated nearly 40 years of service here at Universitas Terbuka and currently serves as a senior lecturer at the English Education Study Program. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the biggest round of applause for Dr. Suci Madiarti Isman.
Yes, thank you, Ayubi and Bijak, for the nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, terima kasih ya. So it is a pleasure for me to be here with you all. And for this plenary session, but before we begin the presentations, allow me to ensure that all of our online speakers are connected. And so allow me to say hello first. Hi, Tahira. Dr. Tahira Bibi, do you remember me?
Hello.
I'm Suchi.
Hello, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
We can hear you very clear. Can you hear her also?
Yes, you are quite audible.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay, Tahira. And then our second plenary speaker, Professor Kong Lin,
Yes.
Can you check
Hello,
your audio?
everyone. Hello, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And then lastly, I hope that Professor Ojat Darojat will be available online also. Professor Ojat. Okay. I know that Professor Ojat has an official duty abroad, but he has told us that he is trying to be online for his presentation later on. So we hope that we can get connected to him before his session starts. And with that, we have the honor, right, of having our distinguished plenary speaker with us in this University Convention Center. And he is a prominent figure also and has been our partners in several programs and collaborations endeavor. And so I would like to kindly invite Professor Amirul Mukminin from the University of Jambi, Universitas Jambi, to join me on stage for the plenary session. Please, a warm applause for Professor Amirul. So, wonderful. So now I would like to kindly remind our online speakers and also the one on site that for each presentation, we have 20 minutes for the presentation, because following that, we would like to have at least one round of question and answer session for the participants to be able to express or have questions about the presentation. And so now, without further ado, I would like to move on to our first plenary speaker. And let me kindly introduce Dr. Tahira Bibi. Now, there is a saying, this is famous by Alvin Toffler. Allow me to read it. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And that's by Alvin Toffler. So as we embark on this re-envisioning education in the digital era, it is crucial that we examine how the foundations of teaching and learning are adapting to meet the needs of a resilient future, which is the theme of the conference. And so, Dr. Tahira Bibi brings an insightful perspectives on the field of open and distance education, and she will explore in her presentation how education systems remain responsive, inclusive, and future-ready. But before that, I will read a brief bio from Dr. Tahira. Dr. Tahira Bibi has an extensive background in education, including teaching, research, coordination, and curriculum development. And for over 14 years, she has worked as a lecturer in the Educational Planning, Policy Studies, and Leadership Department, where she focuses on postgraduate programs and courses. And she has since transitioned to becoming assistant professor in the distance, non-formal, and continuing education department at the Faculty of Education, Allama Iqbal Open University, Islamabad, Pakistan. And throughout her career, she has been profoundly interested in blended and online education, as well in various other administrative tasks assigned to her by her department. She also has many publications and in recognized journals covering topics such as educational policy, emotional intelligence, dropout rates, plagiarism, and many more. And with that, I would like to kindly invite Dr. Tahira Bibi to begin her presentation. The screen is yours, Dr. Tahira.
Thank you, Susie. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Tahira from Allama Iqbal Open University. I welcome you all, and it's truly a pleasure to be here with such a passionate group of educators, change makers. Before diving into the formal part of my talk, I just want to say it's an exciting time for education. Yes, it's also a challenging sometimes, overwhelming, but incredibly full of possibility. We are living in a movement where how we teach and how we learn is being redefined before our eyes. So today, let's talk a few moments together to pause, reflect, and imagine what if we could redesign education, not just to survive change, but to lead it. So with that, let's begin. Okay, so in the world marked by the, please move the next slide. Thank you. In the world marked by a rapid technological shifts and unforeseen global challenges, the call to re-envision education has never been more urgent. The digital era presents us not only with powerful tools, but also with opportunity to reshape education in more inclusive, adaptable, and forward-looking system. As we gather for these plenary sessions, we turn our focus to the theme, Re-envisioning education in the digital era for resilience future. So our visions that compels us to rethink how we teach, learn, and blend systems that can withstand disruptions, whole promoting equity, innovations, and lifelong learning. So this session aims to explore how emerging technologies, learner-centered models, and data-driven approaches can drive the transformation needed to prepare individuals, institutions, societies for challenging tomorrow. So the COVID-19 pandemic, then climate-related emergencies and rapid technological disruptions have shaped traditional education systems, as you know. So millions of learners face prolonged school closures, widening disparities across the regions. So we have to need few things. These are how we can absorb the shocks, adopt, and transform resilience this is not only the option, but it is a critical choice. And we have to resilient ourselves for all these changes. So the purpose of this main presentation is explore how digital innovations can contribute to resilience, inclusive, and future-ready education system, and present actionable pathway for educators, institutions, and then the policymakers. When we talk about the resilience is, are we ready to change, accept the change, and how quickly we can respond to the change. So ODL systems itself approved that flexibility, adaptability, and link to the different generations of technologies lead us to accept that resilience. So in educational resilience refers to the capacity of education systems and stakeholders to withstand disruptions, what type of disruptions, either that is climate, act of God, or any actions created by the systems or the culture. So when we talk about the resilience, what we have to do, we must have adaptability. Adaptability means must be a flexible, ready to accept the change, and I told earlier that how quickly we can accept the change with all these modalities. Then sustainability means long-term impact and scalability of interventions. Then equity, ensuring no learner is left behind. Everyone has equal right to education, and this right is not only for the out-of-school children, but a lifelong or life expanded education scenario. So not only covering the schools, how to bring them those children who are out of school and give them opportunity, but those adults who have education but they want themselves to transform, to accept the change, because change is not only for education system, but change is also from whole life or professions of different life. So we need to make such sustainable, vibrant systems that will give us opportunity to resilience. One thing that we must have ready to accept the change. One, we have not option. We don't have option to keep in the boxes which we call our traditional systems, our traditional scenario. So then equity again I told that ensuring that no learner is left behind, and then the main thing is innovations and change. How we accept the change and what are the strategies we must have, and the innovation itself, they both are counterly contributing with each other. When we talk about the models of learning, in digital transformation of education, when we focus on teaching learning process, we have different models of learning that are the different from the typical traditional lecture method, the discussion method, and these digital transformation of education refer to a comprehensive integration of our digital technologies into all aspects of teaching, learning, administration, and educational delivery. It signifies a shift from traditional face-to-face method of instruction to technology-driven educational environment that enhance accessibility, flexibility, and effectiveness in learning. So this transformation is not limited to simply using the computer or the internet in the classroom. Rather, it encompasses a complete overhaul education practices through use of different tools like learning management system, virtual class, artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual realities, then extended realities also there, educational apps, data analysis, then cloud computing. These technology collectively reshaping how education is designed, delivered and experienced by learner and education. So we say that the model of learning for the resilience basically are number one, socio-emotional learning model, in which self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skill, responsible decision making. These models nurture emotional intelligence, empathy, coping strategies, enabling students to handle stress, overcome the obstacles, and thrive in a decisive and diverse social situation. Because when we talk about the resilience, we need such learner and the teachers and the employers, for those who are ready to learn social emotional intelligence and how they cope the situation. Because change always not only attack on the systems, but also attack on the emotions of our individual, in which capacity, learner or the teacher. So when we train them by socio-emotional learning model, SEL model, They give them such self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making that will help us to become a resilience of that change or acceptance of all those wanted or unwanted changes. Then experiential learning model and technology give us, I named few technologies and different apps that concentrate the experience, reflective observation, abstract how we can conceptualize the abstract concept, then active experimentations. This model, experiential learning model, will help to support the resilience by encouraging learner to reflect on experience, extract classroom lessons, apply new strategies, promoting adaptability, and grow in the face of challenging. Then transforming learning model. When we talk about the transforming learning model that reflect and involve critical reflection, then change in perspectives. It helps learner question their assumptions, because when we talk about the new things are in front of us, we have to question our previous firm beliefs or the assumptions about any knowledge. When we have to questionize those assumptions, then we develop new ways of the thinking and reframe difficulties and opportunities for the growth. So that is essentials for building the resilience, and that is transformative learning model. Then strengthen based learning model. We have that model basically identified and leveraging individual strength. What are the strengths? So self-actualization, understand yourself, who you are, what are the strong areas and strengths you have given by God or you have developed by yourself by using different techniques. So ignore those weaknesses and understand those, you can say, strength areas, and it will build self-efficacy, confidence, optimism, and which will crucial for the resilience behavior. Then we'll talk about the community of inquiry model. Community of inquiry model have further three components, then cognitive presence, social presence, and teaching presence. This supports learning community, enhance student sense of belonging. Then we reduce the isolation and promote the emotional resilience by using this model. Then we have ecological system theory that help us to influence the multiple layers surrounding the learner. Family, school, community, society, involve them. They all help us resilience in promoting when these systems provide consistent support and positive reinforcement. Then problem-based learning. This model engage students in solving real-world problems through collaborative inquiry. So education or the model of all these learnings for resilience empowers students not only to survive but thrive in an uncertain and challenging environment, but integrating emotional, cognitive, and social dimensions into learning process. So when we talk about the EdTech accelerations, that explains that how rapidly advancement and widespread adoptions in educational technology, tools, platform, and practices in teaching and learning environment. So this phenomena is reshaping the landscape of education globally, bringing innovations, accessibility, and flexibility to both formal and non-formal education sectors. So when we talk about the EdTech accelerations, basically that will help us how quickly we can speed up the innovation, digital inclusion efforts, then personalized learning, AI-driven EdTech platform analyze learners' data to deliver the customized content space and feedback. That is very important, that now there is no more syllabus, content or curriculum for all the learner, but the need, the level, the interest or the space or the speed of a learner matter a lot. So this is called the personalized learning. If a learner can complete her course in a 1 semester or a 6 month, let him to complete that. But when a learner have a long or a quick or a speedy, you can say acceptability of a knowledge and interest, and he can complete within 1 month. So never bound them for those rule and regulation, give them a personalized learning opportunities. Then when we talk about the next one, the way we talk about AI, artificial intelligence, powered personalized learning, that revolutionize all the system, all the education scenario, and we have to visualizing the systems by applying AR, VR technologies that not only replace, it doesn't mean that these technologies are replacing the teachers, but they are helping and facilitating. So when we talk about AI personalized learning, then we have micro learning and nano degrees. No prolonged 5 years, 10 years education is a future education setup. But here we are talking about the micro learning. Students have a very small span of time to concentrate on one set. So directly motivate them, give them such content for 2 to 3 minutes content. They learn it and then move for the next one. So we have expansion and explosions of a knowledge, and how we can identify such knowledge for the learner and give them the other opportunities from where they can get. Then nano degree means a small, for example, if anyone wants to learn how to communicate, how we can build our emotional intelligence. So give them such skill-based degrees or informations that are maybe for 1 month or for a few months. Then gamification, immersive learning, as I told, data analytics. Data analytics and learning dashboards basically provide us the information we will receive from that. For example, we get the information on the very beginning or at the very beginning of the semesters, what are the issues and the problem student or learner is facing, how we can retain him, how we can reduce the dropout, because the education system, resilience, and other technological factors also create a big hurdle in dropout from the education system. Then blockchains and credentials verifications we need. We link them with another thing, that is the micro credentials learning system. So we need to arise these elements. Then X reality, as I told, extending reality, combination of real world and virtual world, we combine that. Next please. Okay, now when we talk about the AI powered tutors and chatbot, these are the few examples. Now they all, as a teacher, when I talk about that AI is replacing the teacher, AI is replacing the education systems, no, that's not true. AI is basically providing a facilitation, same like a Google surfing engines. So they will help us. They will make us more efficient in work, not only us, but also help us and use our students. We use that tools by giving the students engagement. How we can expand the students' engagement level. for online system, for blended systems. Yes, that is true. There are some issues about the ethical, all the organizations, they are trying and they are making different policies, how and to what extent we can use that AI tools to develop and use them within the boundaries of the ethics, and to what extent they are. There is two things. One, the authorship of the content. The other one is the learning surfing engine. When we talk about the authorship of any content, yes, AI is not giving us that information, or giving us that information is not our own authorship. There is still a debate about the how we can give the prompt to the education to these surfing engine, Chat, GPT and others. So to cut it short, artificial intelligence in education not only help us to guide us, but give us further avenues of innovations. And these innovations help us to reveal our education system and ourselves for that system. Next, please. Okay, bridging the divide. Focus on access to the rural learner. That is the basically inclusions and the equity. When we talk about the inclusion and equity, in the digital era, that is very, very easy. Very, very, you can say, possible. As I know that Indonesia have a huge geographical area. It has 3 different time zones. So through digital era, you can bridging these accessibility and connectivity on the same real time. We can say that by using ubiquitous technology, same time, same level, or even on a real time, we can connect with each others and give them such opportunities with very low cost and accessibility or education at their doorstep. So inclusive platform in which multilingual content, text-to-space tools and offline options. Yes, we have different language translations. Every student has to understand the concept. They can understand the concept by using such inclusive platforms. We can say that not only the one language, or we have option of bilingual or a multilingual. When we talk about the sessions, the content, we translate them. So this is not a big challenge nowadays. The challenge is how efficiently we use them, how quickly we accept it. As a teacher, I must accept it that the technologies which we are using, learner also have such technologies. So teacher here is not only to transfer or transform the knowledge, share the knowledge, but here the teacher is a guider, a resilience provider, make the learners in such a situation, in such a mindset, how they quickly accept the change. So universal designs of the learner, flexible instructional strategies to accommodate the learners. Yes, we have to select according to the need and personal understanding of the learner, how we can develop such universal designs of the learning for the systems. Yes, please. Next. So now when we talk about the transformations and digital pedagogies, I already identify the different models of the teaching, learning, and these are the pedagogical shifting time, not only the sharing of the content, memorizing the knowledge, but also developing the learner in such a situation, then give them a reflective practicing, give them a critical thinking, socially, emotionally give them intelligence, give them how to think, how to understand the situation and how to face the sudden situations. In such a preparation and the training, then content is always there, basic skills, reading, writing, numeracies, literacy, that not only giving them such literacy, but also the skill of a digital literacy. Digital literacy will help them how to use those devices and apps according to their scenario and their need. Yes, so for that, as a teacher, we must have, the burden lie on teacher is continuous professional development. We must have, keep an eye on these technologies and how we can use that technology in online communication platform, which one is the best, how on the same scenario and the issues or the situation, other people react on the response and how we can manage that. So support ongoing teacher growth. Yes, please. So students wise is very important. Now it means that learner-centered approach, content, information, system, all must strengthen the students. When we talk about the learner-centric approach, it means that give the opportunity to learner how they want to learn. Teaching and learning is not a new profession. Learning is not a new thing. When a child born till his death, in the lifelong process, they know how to learn. It's an inbuilt system of human being that we learn from environment, from our family members, and then we start learning from different surrounding systems. And education is one of the strongest systems that give us such experiences which a learner may face in future. So unpredictable future, sudden change in futures, just give the teacher one option, and that is to make the learner to how to cope that future. Then social emotional learning, how to live in a society, interact with others, interpersonal and intrapersonal skills, then nourishing them well-being. That is very important. So pacing a mastery, self-directed learning. So now the learning is not stopped by one full stop of the attaining any degree. That degree is a PhD or the postdoc or the matriculations or the 10-year degrees or 5-year courses. No, that is a self-directed learning foster, because knowledge or innovation is not in a one scenario or a system that is in education or in a science field, but in all walk of life we have to continuously learn it, and how we can learn it, make them master of self-directed learning.
Yes, Dr. Tahira, I'm very sorry to remind you. Can you please wrap up in 1 minute?
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Now by concluding this, we talk about the lifelong learning concept, self-directing learning. Then we have to accept the technologies, understand the technologies. Technologies are not the aliens. These are the tools that facilitate us, help us to learn, to manage, and to develop. Please, second last slide, please. As we move forward, let us remember resilience in education is not just about bouncing back. It's not about bouncing back, it's about bouncing forward, equipped with digital tools, inclusive mindsets, and renewed commitments to equity and innovations. So together we have the power to reshape learning for future that is not only resilience, but also more hopeful, human-centered, and transformative. So re-envisioning is not a choice, it's a necessity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tahira. Can we all please give a warm applause for the nice presentation by Dr. Tahira from Pakistan? Yeah, so re-envisioning education is not a choice, but it is a necessity right now. So that was a very great closing remark by Dr. Tahira. So I hope you all have some takeaways from her presentation, but if you do have questions, can you please keep those questions? Because after our fourth speaker, we will have like a question and answer session available for both our on-site and online participants, okay? And so with that, again, Dr. Tahira, can you please stand by?
Yes.
And because
Please.
there will be a question and answer. Okay, now we move on to our second online speaker, and he is Professor Hao Chang Kong Lin. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, it's great.
Okay, Kong Lin.
Thank you.
Okay, and so I will introduce him. Allow me to do that. Okay. Now I have another quote I think that's important, that is relevant to the presentation from Professor Lin. And it goes like this: creativity is intelligence having fun. That is the saying from Albert Einstein. And so what does this mean? Well, in an era shaped by generative AI, creativity and coding are no longer separate, right? And so Professor Kong Lin's presentation entitled Writing is Coding: From Text to Motion, Multimodal Co-Creation with Generative AI in Education and Creative Practices. Now, his presentation opens a fascinating window into how technology, particularly generative AI, is transforming the way we express, learn, and create things. His talk will demonstrate how embracing multimodality and AI-driven learning environment can foster innovation, digital literacy, and also artistic collaboration, key pillars of a resilient education system. And with that, I would like to welcome Dr. Kong Lin. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me share the slides. Just wait. Okay, good day, ladies and gentlemen. The topic of my presentation today is writing is coding. I drew the pictures on iPad several years ago.
Okay, I hope we didn't lose him. Okay, so kindly be patient. This is technology. I think the fourth presentation, our technologies are foe or friends, right? Okay. Okay, welcome back, Professor Lin. Can you unmute your microphone?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I like this picture very much, and I made it into an AR mask and put it on my face. This is me. It's very awful. This is my self-portrait. I like this self-portrait very much, and I printed on a big blanket, and then my mom sleep under it. This is my mom. She is very cute. I had a portrait book is ranked on the world's first AI generated portrait collection by Chinese people. All the pictures were generated using my portrait sentence as prompt. It used to be ranked number 1, and then it disappeared after a month. Let's start by describing how to generate pictures from portrait sentences. For example, this portrait, the prompt is all my portrait sentence. The prompt is as below, and AI generates this picture for me. This is another AI generated picture. The prompt is my poetry sentence again. Exactly that I have a friend, he read my poetry sentence and draw the video. This is my AI co-creation partner. The correlation of the AI with me, AI decides how to draw. It's not about how do I ask AI to draw. It's about how do AI decide what to draw. AI cannot create style. We can ask AI to combine different painting styles, but AI can create style. However, each of us humans can create style. Even if the painting is ugly, that's your style. Because AI is learned from a large number of databases, then he can only become ordinary people. Painting style is related to the human body, your control and your controllability of your own bodily structure from your style. It's not just physiological, it's more physiological. I've had this impression, so I understand. For AI that can control his body, he can't understand. Let's see example about the uncontrollability of your own texture. It's very interesting. We can use the student, we can let students learn by imitation of the learning scaffolding. It's a learning scaffolding. For example, you can give a student the song. He said that he can't sing. You can say, I will sing, and you can learn. So you sing, 没有你的日子里，我会更加珍惜自己。没有我的岁月里，你要保重你自己。Then the student can sing. 当一辆车消失天际，当一个人成了谜，你不知道他们为何离去，就像你不知道这竟是结局。So it's a kind of learning scaffolding. Next, I will introduce some AI tools that can generate teaching videos. For example, Bagel, a powerful AI motion capture imitations tool. The QR code. You can download the app. And once you enter Bagel, you will see many videos that goes on YouTube channels. And you can select a video and upload your photo, and you can imitate the action. For example, it's me. You can also become a superstar. You can also imitate multiple people. For example, you can select this function. This video needs 2 characters, so I upload 2 photos. The first one is me, and the second one is my mother. We sing and dance together by imitating the AI action. The right-hand side is my mother. You can try it. The templates can be generated by AI, the action template. You can upload a video and let AI generate action template. Then you go into the video and imitate the action. This is me. I enter a game to be the character to play the game. I dance the up part. The motion AI can generate stories and picture book videos. You can just write a simple prompt. For example, a lovely story about an AI robot assisting students in their learning. The generated storyboards by motion. The generated video. The teaching video. The video generation AI, clean AI. I input a prompt, a cute cat sitting in the kitchen and cooking. The cats are generated by AI by the clean. Our old cat died, and I used AI to make a video of her photos. This is my cat. AI made her to action. Another cute cat by AI. We can also make students' static words dynamic. For example, this picture is drawn by the student, and clean make it dynamic. a cute thought generated by clean AI. I hand draw an actress and put her into clean and animate her. The most incredible thing is that the actress in the video looks very much like herself. This is drawn by me, a picture. AI made her dynamic. It's very like herself. We can also make a multi-person interactive video generate. The prompt is two people chatted happily and swayed their body gently, flowers swaying in the background. I upload two photos. The first is also me. The second is an actress. And then I put the prompt into the clean AI and it generates a video. So I chat with the actress together. The most interesting is that I'm becoming more and more like Kim Jong-un. It's very interesting, incredible. And we can enhance the prompt by ChatGPT. The ChatGPT gives me more details and the film language and the camera movement. The prompt enhanced by ChatGPT is like the following. And Colin use my prompt and generate the following video. The most important thing is writing ability. When communicating with AI, we should make use of communication skills. We should use natural language to collaborate with AI. The most important ability in the AI area is the writing ability, I think. Writing is coding. So writing is the original programming language. Debugging is like editing an essay in school class. Just like change the tone, change the words, add details, and delete the unnecessary words. Every correction is a debugging and optimization process. We don't need to learn prompts and grammar, no need to memorize all instructions. The soul of AI creation is your cultural heritage. The people who can master AI are those who can master language. For example, I'm flying in the air. The flying is my code, it's an article. See? Through the natural language, physics engine is generated by AI. It doesn't succeed every time. Sometimes I generated such a funny video, the world will draw its own life. It's very funny. Next, you can debug the code by modifying the composition, that is the prompts. Every revision becomes debugging. I transformed into a gigantic Titan. I also use the face swapping for multiple people. I created this video by text to video, and replace the man on the right-hand side with my face. The sudden face swapping moment is very funny. The first second, it changed to my face suddenly. Sora, the most cinematic video AI. I also input my poetry sentence as prompts. This is generated by Sora. Another poetry sentence. Another portrait. The next portrait. The next portrait. Next portrait. It's remarkable that all the videos are generated by inputting my poetry sentence as the prompt. And I generate my new look video. It's also generated by Clean AI, the second version. The third version. I generate a discussing video. Pasta is eating pasta. Generating music and MV, I use Suno Filmora Noisy. I generate a song and an MV by inputting my poetry sentences. The following is my poetry. The MV and song generated by AI. Noisy AI generate movie MV.
Professor Ling, we have like 3 more minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Finally, we should capture every small moment of emotion in life. This is 2 short videos. The first work in the history to put subtitles on babies is very interesting. Then we can let the baby sing a song. This video is completely handmade. There is no AI. Therefore, we must well use human creativity and wisdom. Please feel free to communicate with me at any time. This is the QR code of my community. Thank you very much. This is all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kong Ling from China. Another big warm applause for his presentation, please. Yeah. And so you might wonder who is actually Professor Ling, because I have not properly introduced him. So based on his presentation, it's all like AI based, right? Technology based. And so, and becoming creative is something that he is concerned about. And so, with that, allow me to read his, let me see. Hold on a second. Technology is in play here. And so, what I would like you to do is that if you do have some questions, now Professor Kong Lee has been involved in the development of AI since 1990, and he is currently a key player in the development of AI at his university and also in China. And for that, we are very grateful that he has allowed us, if we have concerns or we want to know more about the application that he has just presented, which are very interesting applications, you may contact him using the barcode and we will share it with you all after the presentation. And so now we move on to our third speaker, Professor Ojat Darojat. And can we please check whether he is online or not? No? Okay. But he has graciously provided us with his video of the presentation. And with that, can we please start with the video presentation? But before that, I would like to briefly read his bio. So I think you all know at Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darojat, Diploma Management, Master of Business, and a PhD, is a PhD in Curriculum Theory and Implementation from Simon University, Canada, which focuses on quality assurance in distance teaching universities. He also holds a Master's in Business Management from La Trobe University, Australia. Professor Darojat has held significant leadership, including the president of the Asian Association of Open Universities, or the AOU, and of course, a rector of Universitas Terbuka, both terms consecutively. And with his extensive experience before appointed as rector, includes positions such as head of the Quality Assurance Center and vice dean of student affairs at the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Terbuka. And he has published and presented numerous papers on quality assurance, distance education, and also curriculum improvement. And his prestige or his accolades include the Best University Leaders Award from Obsession Media Group, and also recognition as the best leaders. And for that, please, can we start the video? And so his presentation is titled Digitalized Learning for a Resilient Nation Moving Forward for a Better Future. And his views is on...
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone. I'm sorry for not being able to come to the conference in person to Pondok Cabe, and currently I'm in China because I have an invitation from the Minister of Education from China and I have to come here. So I'm in China now. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the rector of Terbuka, Mr. Muhammad Yunus, and also our colleagues, vice rector, deans, and also very, very important people from Universitas Terbuka and all participants getting involved in the third International Conference on Teaching and Learning 2025. In this session, I would like to share a very important topic in education regarding digitalized learning for resilient nations, moving forward for a better future. So, let's begin. Start. As you know that in the current year, especially this year, our President, Mr. Prabowo Subianto, has a very important program dealing with what we call it Astacita. We have about 8 Astacita, and 2 out of 8 Astacita is about human development and culture. First, regarding strengthening human resources development through science, technology, education, health, social protections, health, gender equality, youth empowerment, and including the protection of vulnerable groups. And secondly, dealing with promoting a harmonious life with environment, nature, and also culture, while fostering tolerance among religious communities to achieve a just and prosperous society. Besides Astacita, our President this year also have what we call it quick wins. There are 7 President quick wins in 2025, and 5 out of 7 President's quick wins 2025 are coordinated by my ministry, the Kemenko, what we call it Kemenko PMK. First quick win dealing with eradicating tuberculosis, or we call it TBC. Secondly, about renovating schools as part of revitalization of education. Thirdly, providing free health check-up for people. And fourth, dealing with developing regional hospital with quality standard. And finally, what we call it Sekolah Unggul Garuda, or building Garuda leading schools. This is a quick win, President quick wins, coordinated by the Ministry of PNK. On the other side, this is also a very important program coordinating by the President's directions. First, regarding digitalized learning, or we call it digitalisasi pembelajaran. Secondly, about stunting, reducing stunting prevalence, and then managing disaster social conflict, and preventing of bullying, and strengthening national values. Under my ministry, there are 8 ministries and 10 key institutions coordinated by BMK ministry. There are Ministry of Religious Affairs, the Ministry of Youth and Sport, Ministry of Population and Family Development, Ministry of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection, Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, and also the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Educations. This is about coordinations in the Ministry of PMK. We have 5 concerns. First, dealing with strengthening the quality of family and populations. Secondly, about strengthening the quality of health. And then strengthening the national character and identity. And then disaster and social conflict mitigation. And my responsibility about strengthening the quality of education, including early childhood and basic educations, research, technology and industrial partnership, secondary and higher education, and then enhancement of human resource quality of educations. When we are conducting coordinations involving different ministries and institutions, of course, there are some challenges and also complexities. Challenges in terms of stakeholder. We have to deal with different or multi-stakeholders. This is about human development and culture agenda. Involves many ministries and agencies, both within and outside Kemenko PMK. We have also concern about the quality data needs to be standardized and integrated to guide precise policies and interventions. That you know that sometimes it is very difficult when we talk about the data in different institutions, different data dealing with the same subject. And then in terms of actions, there is a need to strengthen orchestration with incentive and also disincentive schema that encourage each party to move synergistically. So deal with these complexities and challenges, we have to employ different working methods in terms of coordinations, data policy, and also we have to play as a catalyst or a sator to deal with the priority and big bet. But this is a very important issue because this is priority has been placed by the President as our priority program in education. As I have already mentioned before about, for example, renovating school and also Sekolah Unggul Garuda, or we call it building Garuda leading schools. Now let me talk about the very important agenda dealing with Presidential Quick Wins 2025. This is my experience working for the ministry. There are some complexities and skill operation for education. Dealing with first quick win about school renovations as part of revitalization of educations. The urgency, because you know that there are inadequate school infrastructure to support conducive and high quality teaching and learning process. There are many schools in different areas, in different provinces, especially school located in remote islands. The building must be renovated. In terms of school infrastructure, that does not guarantee the safety of teachers, students, and the teaching learning process. So we have also to support integrated leading schools. It is very important for future leaders incubators, for future development of nations. And integrated leading school also very important to accelerate step in human resource development preparations. And in terms of digitalized learning, there are a high distribution of schools with low numeracy and also decline in average of PISA, especially in math scores. And there are more than 36 schools with low numeracy achievement and more than 47,000 schools with sufficient numeracy achievements. Thus, this is very, very important issue. This is very urgent. Based on the data and our program, so we have already taken decisions. There are about 9,300 schools will be renovated step by step starting from this year, and including more than 2,000 madrasah under the coordination of the Ministry of Religious Affairs. When we talk about integrated learning schools, this year we have already taken a decision to build about 20 existing leading high school as part of our program Sekolah Unggul Garuda, and so we will build new high school, about 20 new high school will be built starting this year, including 4 schools in 2025. So in terms of complexity in these 3 areas, complexity in terms of data collection and designations of target school and madrasah, and also in terms of funding support, about the governance, including central and regional governance. In terms of integrated learning school, the complexity in terms of student selection, about teacher, infrastructure, curriculum development, and also the role of regional and local government. So there are many issues getting involved in executing this program. And this is the center of our topic today about digitalized learning for advancing quality and equity. To make sure that all people, all Indonesians, not only people living in urban area, but also our family living in remote areas, we have to make sure that all Indonesians have an opportunity to education. By adopting digital learning, there are some advantages in terms of extensive access, providing equal access to all people, including people living in remote areas and remote islands. So by digital learning also administrative, in terms of administration, it should be more efficient, reduce the burden of teachers in administrative tasks. By adopting digital learning, we can make sure that teaching learning process more interactive. And also by using digital learning, it will support decision making easier, integrated education that will have more effective policies for stakeholders. On the other side, we have also the challenges dealing with digital gap, digital literacy, and application fragment. Because for example, people living in urban areas, in big cities like in Jakarta, in Bandung, and also in Sumedang, my hometown, they are more literate in terms of digital. But for people living in remote islands, tends to be in terms of digital level is quite low. So this is our challenge now. And also about access point. Access point in remote island, internet services, BTS, it is very, very important issues. mostly people living in East Indonesian part, in Irian Jaya, Nusa Tenggara Timur. So the lack of BTS internet services is very difficult for some of them. How to adopt and employ digital learning in our educational setting. And this is the stages of implementing digital learning. First step is about content creations and also developing digital platform. And we have already developing digital platform, and also we have already created different kind of learning material, content. In this stage, we have to prepare of content contextualizations through partnership, language changes, and curriculum synchronization. Language changes dealing with because some learning content coming from other party, from different countries in English versions, so we have to change the language. And also we have to contextualize Indonesia because some content developed in different educational setting in overseas, different countries, so we have to contextualize, adapting, not only adopt but also adapting in the context of Indonesia. For our digital platform has already implemented and already developed what we call it Rumah Pendidikan as a platform developed by the Ministry of Education. And the second stage, we have to with trial and monitoring at school. Trial in urban and rural schools with various types of learning media. As you know that different schools in different areas, in different provinces, in different conditions. For example, schools, primary school in urban area, they have access to internet and power. But for some school located in a remote area, in remote island, they don't have access to internet. Maybe they have access to power, but they don't have access to internet. And in different areas, in different remote island, our school, for example, primary school, they don't have access to both of them. They don't have access to internet services, and they don't have access to power. So in this context, we have to provide a different treatment from different kind of schools. And the third step, dealing with evaluation of the trial and preparation. Evaluation for usefulness, about also human resources capabilities, infrastructure, and digital content. And also preparation that support policies, general guideline for learning, utilization, and some procurement assistance. At the end, we have to launch and implement the implementation of digital learning in our education system. As you know that a week ago, our president launched the digital learning in Indonesia in Bogor, in West Java. Our president, accompanied by the Ministry of Education, digital launch a kick-off digitalized learning in Bogor, West Java, Indonesia. We move on discussing about the adoption of AI, artificial intelligence. As you know that the advancement of technology, especially AI, provide us with opportunities and challenges. By using AI in education, they have an opportunity to increase quality of teaching and learning or instructional process. In terms of artist work, it would be more efficient and also provide opportunity for flexibility in the process. For example, at Universitas Terbuka is the only distance teaching university in Indonesia. So, teaching learning process more flexible, can provide opportunity for working people to get access to higher education. But on the other side, we have also challenges. First, in terms of addictions, there are many people, especially millennial generations, our youngsters, they addict AI, and because of addiction, it will be weakening human critical thinking and also weakening their creativity, and also in terms of lack of decision-making abilities for them. And then, beside that, by adopting AI, this is a potential for creating information overload and also redundant processes or misaligned feedback that can hinder rather than help educational progress for our students. And also this is a very important issue. The employment of AI has been regarded as very important in terms of disinformation. There are many hoax, what we call hoax, disinformation, manipulation of audio, video, or image content using AI to imitate a person's speech, voice, and movement. So, but we know that AI is very, very important for us. By integrating AI, the employment of AI also can support our educational setting, can support our educational process, and also the employment of AI can support different of our development in nations. So, it is important now for us to employ AI in different areas. So, do it now, not tomorrow. The future starts today, not tomorrow. We have to deal with AI. You can see in different media, social media, we can read innocent presidents defect, scam the proud citizens. The cognitive paradox of AI in education between enhancements the quality but also can erosions on the other side. We always think about academic integrity, about ethical, about academic honesty, and impact of generative AI on critical thinking skills in undergraduate systematic review. There are many informations about the impact of AI in education. If we see what happened on the other side, on the other countries dealing with the use of AI, we can note that other countries have moved using AI as a very strategic option to support their development. So it's time for Indonesia also to use AI as a very important tools. There are differences in understanding of AI between government agencies, both horizontally and vertically. Each government agency needs to know the utility of AI for its own sector. I think it is very important because Indonesia know there are many different ministries, but by using AI, maybe or sometimes in the future, I can support how to use AI for internal use. For example, for RC work, to support decision-making process for the minister. And on the other side, we have also to think to create something like strategy for developing AI for the future for our country. It is very important to create something like a roadmap, how step by step we use AI to integrate in our different sector. There are lessons learned from existing best practice from different countries here. Lesson learned from Singapore. Singapore has a national AI strategy 2.0. And from India, we know about AI for all, and also for South Korea, we learn about digital inclusivity. And this in Singapore, strengthening AI education and research, they use generative AI literacy in schools, developing co-creation curriculum involving industry, and also supporting AI practitioners. And from India, there are AI ethical standards emphasizing principle and ethical in each topic about fairness and bias, privacy and data protection, and also social impact. And for students, India has introduced school-age children dealing with design mindset, computational thinking, adaptive learning, physical computing, and AI competency framework for government employee, including senior and junior, and also implementing AI for all, for many, and for few. And from South Korea, there are setting target. South Korea has trained 1 million digital talents by 2026 as part of the digital economy strategy. And this is, so from them we have a lesson learned for Indonesia to adopt and adapt AI, integrate AI in our different sectors. By implementing AI in different areas, so we have two major programs. The first program is about smart user AI, or we call it bijak ber-AI. And then the second program dealing with smart developer AI for achieving AI-preneur in the future. So, to implement the program, we have to, intervention by the government. We have to collaborate with each other to provide a public campaign and advocacy of AI for general audience, including students in school, general public sectors, and all. And also, we have to intervene to provide intervention to achieve to have a smart AI, providing expert in developing and engineering AI. So in the future, we hope that we will have AI product made in Indonesia. And also on the other side, by providing services in terms of public campaign and application of AI, hopefully we will have superior or supercilious human resources in terms of AI literacy in the future. Lesson learned from India, as I have already mentioned before, so we can try to adapt in the context of Indonesia regional setting. How we can adopt AI for all, AI for many, and AI for few. AI for all, this dealing with the general audience, national skill movement for a basic digital literacy to be able to use AI interface and tools effectively, and also understand and responsible AI practices, as well as be able to recognize the basic risk, the use of AI. And AI for many, it deals with students, vocational alumni, and non-ICT, and also ICT alumni, adopting the formal education curriculum to create smart users who are able to use AI wisely. And AI for few, in order to achieve a technical expert or for skilled professionals who have technical expertise in the future, they are the people who will develop AI innovation in Indonesia. To integrate AI in our curriculum, so we have to deal with how different subject related with AI must be integrated in our curriculum, starting in early childhood education, or we call it preliminary educations, elementary school, junior and senior high school, and also for students in college or university. So it is very important for us, and I invite you, all of you, to get involved in developing curriculum to integrate AI, for example, like logic, numerations, literacy, and also about coding based on project-based learning to support our curriculum that will match with the need of the students to achieve or to have an alumni who have technical skills, AI and data science, and digital wisdom in the future. Now, this is my last slide. Currently, we have already invited the ministry and also institutions in the national level, coordinated by the Ministry of PMK and the Foundations. So there are more than 10 ministry and also institutions getting involved, including Kemenko PMK, or Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Cultural Affairs, and also the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Religious Affairs, the Ministry of Home Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, and also the Ministry of Communications and Digital Affairs, Ministry of National Development Planning, National Development Planning Agencies, Bappenas, Ministry of Finance. This is very important. This because that's all about money. The Ministry of Manpower, Ministry of Industry, Tourism, Creative Economy, and also KSP, Executive Office of the President, the National Cyber and Encryption Agencies, and also National Research and Innovation. So, based on our meeting, we end up our conclusions that it is very important for us today to develop or to create National AI Education Task Force. And this is very important to form task force for accelerating and implementing AI education and ensuring coordination effectively among stakeholders. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, let's give a warm applause for the presentation by Professor Ojat Dorajat, although he is not here with us, but he has presented his views on the theme of re-envisioning education in the digital era for a resilient future. And I think his presentation, has a nice ending, which leads us to our fourth presenter. Last but not least, of course, we have the privilege of having Professor Amirul here with us, presenting his views on the use of technology, especially artificial intelligence. But before that, let me read your bio first, okay? With the title of Is It Friend or Foe? The Risks and Advantages of Using AI in Research, Teaching, and Learning in Higher Education. Now, Professor Amirul Mukminin, SPD, MS, PhD, okay, is a distinguished academic in educational policy at Universitas Jambi, Indonesia, where he also served as the Director of Research and Community Services. He holds a PhD in Educational Leadership and Policy Studies from Florida State University, and an MS, Master of Science, right, in Educational Sciences from Groningen University, and a Bachelor of Arts in English Education from Universitas Jambi. He has received prestigious scholarships, including Fulbright and Erasmus Mundus. His research interests include bilingual and multilingual education policy, educational technology, curriculum policy, and teacher policy reforms, focusing on improving educational outcomes for underachieving students. And he has many publications, numerous scholarly journals, such as the IEE, ACES Helen, and the Qualitative Report. Professor Mukmini's contributions on education policy and research are recognized internationally, reflecting his commitment to advancing education. Now, so the time is yours.
All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Thank you very much for the kind invitation from Universitas Terbuka and listening and the previous speaking about most of speakers talking about AI from the positive sides. Maybe when you are looking at my presentation, it's a little bit different, but this topic is very interesting until now, and all of the speakers, I think from Professor Andy until Professor Ojat, I think I was listening their presentations, a lot of interesting and also beneficial things that we can learn from the presentation today, and also for the online participants, and also for the offline participants. So again, thank you very much, Universitas Terbuka. I think this is a very good chance for me to share the ideas about looking at my topic. See here, friends or enemy, when we look at the AI, emergence right now. So I would like to bring you all, the offline and online one, that what is the benefit or what is not the benefit of using AI, especially in higher education, in teaching and also learning, and particularly in researching. This is a very interesting topic right now. Everybody likes AI, and everybody wants to use AI. Everybody wants to install the application in your laptop or your computer. And young generation right now, very interested in using AI. Even the old generation like me also like, to use AI. Okay. So I would like to start with the 6 pros of artificial intelligence in higher education. Maybe the things that you really like. First, assistant. It will help you a lot in looking for information. Of course, this is the positive sides. And then the other one, a lot of positive sides, but I just selected some of them. And second one, speed. It's very fast. If you want look for information that you want, and you just use ChatGPT, whatever the programs that you have in your laptop or in your computer. So the second one, this individualism, student and teacher, you don't need many people to help you. You can do it by yourself with your computer and your program, and everything is ready within seconds or within minutes. So that is some of the advantages of using AI. And then context. You can adjust whenever you need, whatever you need, or wherever you need, you can adjust. And then personalization, determine, for example, you are a professor or teacher, you determine which student need to support to improve their learning, and you can ask them if you have all of the programs for using AI. And then the information is always updated if you use AI. So these are some of the benefits or the advantages. But, however, when you look at this one, this is the 9 risks of artificial intelligence in higher education. So we need to be careful. A lot of disadvantages, but I just listed 9 ones. This is a job, replacing teachers and professors. So when you are teaching, when you are pose questions or some question to your student, and your students, listen to your question, and then they ask ChatGPT in front of you directly, although you don't know, and then the answer is ready. Okay, so they don't need teachers that think, because everything can be done by AI. And then isolation, student teacher, you can do whatever. You have your own room, even your small room. You can do everything there. So it seems that you don't need someone else. Okay. And then biased information. This is one of the worst things that we need to consider or take into account about using AI. Information is not always clear. Who is responsible for the information provided by AI? You need to check and recheck. Otherwise, you copy and paste. And then when you publish it, people will sue you. Because, for example, you forget citing, you forget putting the names or the sources of the information that you collected. And then misinformation. That's what I'm talking about. Cheating. This is the worst thing in our education. We need to be careful. Because we don't know when you take some sentences, some paragraph, even some, for example, information, one articles, recent article, and then you just change it. You need to be careful as well. And we are talking with Bu Suci along the way. All of the speakers talk about AI and ethical consideration. Ethical issues is one of the major problems in using AI. So I asked Bu Suci, the student is mahasiswa PPG, so they are our young generation, also the online participant, maybe some of you are still young in our future. So we need to be careful and we need to see from positive and also the negative sides of using AI. And data privacy and security. These kinds of information, we need to protect the data and also the privacy and also the security. But using AI, maybe everything is open. And increasing human laziness. Because you are working with AI. And then you don't need to read a lot. You don't need to check everything. Everything is done by AI. And then Professor Ojat and also Professor Andy talk about critical and analytical thinking. Yes, then you don't need to think a lot. And you don't need to, criticize or critique the content of any kind of information that you have collected by using AI. And yes, lack of critical and analytical thinking, everything is ready. So the next slide will be, I will discuss, because there are three kinds of capitals that will influence someone's life. First, the human capital. Second one, cultural capitals. And then, the last one is social capitals that you need in our life. So, let's see here, human capital. What is the influence of AI? So, in human capital consists of knowledge and skill, and also how that people invest in and accumulate throughout their life. So, how can you invest your own life if everything is done by AI? So, look at here, because AI lack of critical and analytical thinking. But Professor Ojat discusses about human capital or human resources. We need to invest the human resources who are critical and also analytical. But we need to be careful using AI. I don't want to say that using AI is not good, but we need to think about or take into account any kind of positive and also negative side related to human capitals, because you need to have skills and you need to have knowledge in your own field. If everything is done by AI, then a big question to your knowledge and also to your experience and also to your skill. All right. And then AI cannot substitute human intelligence. No. In human resources management, including emotional intelligence, ethical consideration, adaptability, and innovation. You can use AI as your co-pilot, not the pilot. It's just as an introduction to any kind of information that you are looking for. So, again, AI, of course, cannot relate to emotional intelligence. Then we talk about cultural capital. It's a form of social currency or non-financial knowledge related to your experience, value, knowledge, behavior that assists a person in directing culture. So what I mean is the way of your life. Is you are, for example, you graduated from UT, and then you have the culture, work culture and UT that optimize about critical and also analytical thinking. So that's the culture that you bring outside. If everything is, you rely everything on AI, then it will be different. So there are three types of cultural capital. Language, how you communicate if you just communicate with AI. And then also mannerism, and the other one is, for example, this is the most important example of books, or research article, or thesis, or scriptsy, or dissertation. So that's the culture, the way you write book and everything. If you rely on AI, then it will disgrace your own personality. And the other one is AI cannot replace human cultural capital, embody, objectify, and institutionalize capitals, because it will relate to what we call it ethical issues as well. So this is what missing in AI. I think everybody right now really supports using AI throughout, not only in Indonesia, but throughout the world. But sometimes we miss the last one related to ethical issues. We just copy and paste, and then we produce it as it's our own. And this is, if you always use AI not in positive way, then you will loss, or you will lose your social capital. This is very important. So let me say, social capital is a set of shared values. The values, for example, you are in UT, the values, social capital in UT, you have social values here. Yeah. And to work together in group effectively and achieve a common purpose. But here the problem is, you cannot build a social capital among lecturers, among professors, among students. And your social capital will be gone if, you always work with, AI. So this is another, because again, this AI, allows people to work in an isolation. AI allows people, to work individually. And AI allows people to increase their laziness. That's the negative sides, but a lot of positive sides of AI. So I will move to the other one here. 5 major risks issue, related to AI in higher education. Here, risking the purpose of academic research. I will make it faster because Bu Suji already looked at me. Risking the practices of finding, reading, and evaluating the literature. I will make it short. Jeopardizing the practices of academic writing, endangering the practices of reviewing article, and then risking the practices of original thought. So this is about AI. Let me make it simple. If AI does everything, for example, in academic research, it will undermine the credibility as a researcher or professor or lecturers. It would no longer be me or my team's ideas, but AI's idea. So because everything is done by AI, and then it's not your ideas, it is AI ideas. Okay, that's about academic research. Yeah. Because I would not be the one analyzing the data or writing up the result, but AI will write it up. Second one, AI may endanger the practices of finding, reading, and evaluating literature because it is very tedious, tiring. So you just ask AI or ChatGPT to do it. Then it's not your job. It's not your work. It's AI's work. This is very important for a student in higher education. And then this one, practices of academic writing. Writing research article is not enjoyable. Writing is one of among the 4 language skill. Writing is the most difficult one because we have listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Writing is the last one because it is the most difficult one. So writing such article for many is not enjoyable. Writing in collaboration with co-author will get the benefit of other real mind, providing you with feedback. But while writing an article with ChatGPT application will jeopardize our practice of academic writing. But I found more and more people right now enjoying writing using AI, especially in research. And this, I think, is the last one. Review article, because you don't need to review. You guys just AI to review your article, and then you just copy and paste. This another issue related to ethical issues in higher education in doing research. And then original thought. This is the most important thing. Yeah, the persistent pursuit of original thought is undeniable as the foundation of our scholar work. The use of AI to review your draft writing research and to co-partner in writing process with AI may be risky to the practice of original thoughts or ideas. Because the question is, who's writing? You write with AI one research article, one dissertation, or one scriptsy, one thesis, and then who's writing? So this is the last comment because 10 minutes, I think that's enough. The existing and potential drawbacks of AI and its risk for human, cultural, and social capital and research in higher education require careful planning and consideration, as well as ongoing evaluation. So you need also, as future leaders in education, or professors or lecturers or teachers, you need always to evaluate the use of AI in your academic life, because it will endanger your academic life if you continue using AI without evaluating the use, because it means you always copy and paste others' works or others' job. So again, there are positive and also negative side of using AI, but you need to think about or take into account the ethical issue related to using AI in your academic work. I think that's what I can share today. And thank you very much, Bu Suci and Universitas Terbuka.
Okay, a big warm applause for Professor Amirul Mukmini. And this last presentation highlights, the two sides of the coin, which today is named artificial intelligence, right? So, also a quote by a famous person. It says here, technology is useful as a servant, right? But it becomes dangerous when it becomes our master. And so with that, I would like to start our Q&A session, but due to our time constraint, we will only have one round of the Q&A, if you don't mind, Professor Amirul. And I'd like to invite those people on site from the floor. Yes, 2 questions from on site. So first is Professor Benny. And, okay, please mention your name because I can't see that far. So please then mention your name, your institution, and the question. I would like to check whether any of our online speakers are in the Zoom room again. Please check if Professor Tahira and Professor Kong Ling, I don't think Professor Lin is available, but please check if Dr. Tahira is available. Is she? Okay, so 2 questions from the floor, and then please, to the committee, choose 1 question from our online participants, and if you can put it, up there, the questions, once the questions have been communicated. And with that, I would like to ask Professor Benny Pribadi to address his first question. Name, institution, probably, and the speakers.
Thank you very much. My name is Benny from Universitas Terbuka. I really enjoy your presentation regarding the AI, especially in academic writing, right? But my question is about what is your position and what do you do when you review and write the article of academic writing in using the AI? Thank you very much.
And that is addressed to Professor Amirul.
Professor Amirul.
Okay, Professor Amirul. Okay, and next question, can you give the mic to the second question? Yes. Please state your name and institution.
Thank you very much. My name is Mehmet Sasmat. I'm from UT Bogor. Yeah. Together with my students, PPG mahasiswa UT Bogor. I have 3 questions. The first one for Dr. Tahira Bibi. Hello, good morning. How are you today?
Yes, good morning. Yes, I'm audible.
Yeah. Dr. Tahira, according to your statement before that digital literacy is important for education. As you know that Indonesia, the same with Pakistan maybe, not only the big city. So how to improving digital literacy for teachers, educators in the remote area? Or based on your slide before is the focus for rural learners. The first one, thank you very much. The second one for Professor Hao Chiang, China.
I don't think he's available.
Okay. Before Prof. Chiang statement that visual, motion, writing is coding, Sora and so on is what the meaning AI. Yeah? Maybe you still here?
I don't think Professor Kong Lin is no. Yeah, he has expressed his regrets that he could not join for the Q&A. So probably do you have another question for Pak Amirul?
Okay. The last one is for Professor Amir. Before Prof. Amir said that AI risking the purpose of academic research, writing research article, a book, and so on. So we are as a lecturer, teachers, or learners. So how to useful AI for our job, especially in education, Prof. That's all for question from me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Pak Mehmet. Pak Mehmet Kasmat, yes, from UT Bogor. Yes, and can we, have the question from our online participants, and this is addressed to Tahira. So, Dr. Tahira, this is for you. It says, I think you can read it. If understood correctly, you have discussed on how to be a resilient teacher. It is important for teachers to continuously have their professional growth, such as joining courses. And this person, I think it's from Adimas Ute Surakarta, he wants to know your opinion and recommendation about courses that teachers should take in the digital area so that they can improve their professional skills as teachers. Okay, so probably, and there's the other question for Dr. Tahira. Can you put it on? I think the second question for...
May I answer?
There's two questions for you.
Okay, yes.
So the second question is from our on-site participant, Mr. Mamat Kasmat from UT Bogor, and he is wondering how to improve digital literacy for teachers and education, especially in the remote areas. Also, those are the two questions, and please, if you can address them. Thank you.
Okay, first I will address the teaching courses for the transforming and the resilience teacher. One is the digital pedagogies and how to teach online, how to engage the online learner. That is totally different from the traditional and conventional face-to-face classroom environment. Sometimes we have students, they seem like they are engaged with us, but they are actually not present there. So that is a challenging task for the teachers, and they have to learn how to engage the learners in online platforms, synchronous and asynchronous mode. Then different educational technology tools, what are the utilization of those tools. Then 21st century skills, how to inculcate the critical thinking and make them economically powered in the online setup and scenario. So we cannot, then data information instructions, On the basis of the data or the mindset of the learner, the trend of the learner, you can take the decisions and then go for the personalized learning style. And last one point is the culturally responsive teaching and inclusive. Individual, need of individuals. When we generically teach the things to the learner, they will lose their interest, they will not go for that. They have many other channels for learning and for the information. So I think these are the few courses that teacher must have and continuously develop themselves. Okay, the second question is about digital literacy. That is very interesting thing in this era where people have mobile and Android phones. That is a very common. So indirectly and directly they are learning. Now, what is the role of teacher or the management of education or the curriculum developer is to enter into those Android phones. By using those, how they can learn from that, the educational apps, they already have Google Map, you can say, they use this one. A person who cannot even read and write, but through audio, they can give the command to different apps and they are finding the solution of their daily problem. So why not we use those devices? One. Second one, community. When I was in Trabuca University and during my observation, I saw that community is very, very active in Indonesia. They have a very entertaining programs on a weekend and so on. So why not involve those communities, develop such models, free on, you can say, exercises, offline and online programs for them to learn how to use those devices or technologies which they already have. They have those knowledge of those devices, so these devices can be interesting for them. I hope I addressed the answer. If anyone have further clarification, I am available here.
Okay, so I hope Pak Mehmet that has answered your question. Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Tahira, for your answer. Now, I think it's for Professor Amirullah. There are two questions. First, this was addressed by Professor Benny, and then secondly by Pak Mehmet. And if you can answer the questions.
Thank you very much, Bu Suci, for Benny. That is very tough question actually, and short. There's a the style of a professor asking question, short, directly to the core of the core. But right now, I am one of the chief editors journal, so almost every day, not a lot, but 10 or 20 papers, there's authors throughout Indonesia submitted their papers to our journal. And when we check line by line, as someone's writing, so the feeling, we can feel it. For example, the connection between one sentence to other sentences are not connected. Or every paragraph, they have what we call it topic sentence. That is starting from the introduction. So that is one, and we can identify that using ChatGPT or AI, and then the way the other side or citing any resources and they present in their paper is not in the correct accent. Or I found something interesting. For example, the name of the authors in the text is totally different with the names in the reference. So that's one of the example, Professor. And the other one, the connection between or amongst paragraph. For example, from the first and the second paragraph, they are not connected because they are missing what we call it transitional words. So again, the way they write and also the sentences that they use in every paragraph are not connected. So we can start from the introduction. And I think, including you, Professor Benny, I think you can identify directly, oh, this one is not real one, because of our experience. So when we compare the writing or the paper, research paper that is written by a real author, a real person, when you compare the two articles, when I compare, it's a totally different. Although the real paper is, for example, grammatically it's not, or grammatically, or it is ungrammatically, but we can identify from the sentence, among the sentence, the connection, the relationship among paragraphs, they are connected, because when they are writing, they use their feeling. There is what we call it human touch in that writing, and also the way they cite, the way they present. So everything is interconnected. That is one of the ways to identify that I always use when some papers submitted to our journal, and then we look at it. And the second way I think we can use, we have plagiarism checkers. So we can use Turnitin or authenticate, but again, they can modify it actually. So I use, Professor Badi, sometimes I use, human, I think human being is the best analysis. I use my own experience and also sometimes my own way, or this is not. And then we check it, we try to Google it, and some paragraph even included in other papers. So a lot of things we can use, but again, sometimes this is my own experience. I use my personal feeling. How this article should be questionable, and this article should be, investigated deeply in order to find. Because when we publish that article, and the author will be laughing, how our AI paper is accepted. Especially we need to, that's why in our journal we use what we call it rounds, multiple reviews, not only one-time review. But it will be great if we know the author or the researcher. We know the credibility. For example, I know you, Professor Benny, or I know Bu Suci, and then we know that. We know the competency of the authors or the professor or the lecturers, and then it will be a lot easier to discuss the paper directly through the email or through open journal system. So that's one of the ways, a lot of ways we can, everybody has his or her own ways to identify any problem related to use AI in academic research. But yes, more and more papers right now, because until now we have more than 23,000 journal in Indonesia right now. I think right now, and more than 13,000 journals are accredited nationally by the ministry. And it's it's a big chance for people. This is a big business. So a lot of people want to publish their paper, and a lot of people want to be to get promoted, and they have their own way to get more and more publications. But again, one of the best way that Universitas Terbuka, LPPM, through LPPM, and I'm always involved, that is continuing penulisan artikel. I think your UT is one of the best example in motivating through LPPM, motivating their lecturers to publish ethically, and also to write paper ethically. So maybe can be a model for other universities in Indonesia, because I'm involved from 2021. Starting considering right now, and I think that is one of the way of Universitas Terbuka to tackle any kind of unethical or related to plagiarism to publish their paper. And until now, there is no issue related to the lecturers or professor in UT about their unethical behavior related to publishing and researching. Thank you. Oh, the second question is from Dr. Mehmet. Thank you very much. Properly, Dr. Mehmet and all of you, I think in online, the offline participants, you have your own way again how to use AI properly in teaching and also in researching. But one of the ways that I use until now, I have no any kind of program in my laptop relating to ChatGPT, whatever, OAI. No, I have no programs. If you want to prove, you can look at my laptop and no program. Until now, I use everything manually because I still enjoy writing by myself, and I still enjoy my own, what Professor Ojet say, that critical and analytical ways. That's using AI. It doesn't mean that you will lose your critical and analytical ways in teaching and also in researching, but I think it will lead us to laziness because, oh yes, we will have we need we come to AI, or we can ask AI to do what we are going to do. We are supposed to do this, and then we can AI. So Dr. Mehmet, and until now, to be honest, I never use AI. I don't have any program in my laptop, and you may check it, and I'm still using what we call it old way, to do everything, and the question is properly. That's the word, properly. It depends on you, Dr. Mehmet. So I think you may use AI, but you use when you need, only to be your co-pilot, not your pilot. If you use AI as your co-pilot, it means as the initiation to get an idea, and then you develop by yourself. I think that's the way to use AI properly. But if AI is your pilot, it means AI directs you, and then it will lead you to laziness. Not only you, but also me. But if it is your co-pilot, it means, okay, AI helped me to get the idea, and then you develop by yourself. That is one of the ways to use AI properly. Thank you very much, Bu Suci and Dr. Mehmet and Professor Benny.
Okay, thank you. I hope, Pak Mehmet, you're satisfied with the answer? Okay. Well, thank you, Professor Amirullah. And now we come to the end of our plenary session. I apologize, for the extension of time. But I would like to wrap up, some of the key takeaways from our plenary session. Just simple words. From our first presenter, the two key words that I found was transformative education. Dr. Tahira takes a look at what resilient future looks like, and then takes us back, and how do we transform education, to achieve that resilient future. And then the second person, Professor Kong Lee, who's like an expert in artificial intelligence, has presented with some of the examples of how you can use AI to co-create something. So creativity is the fusion of creativity and artificial intelligence. It looks promising. But then Professor Ojat says, because of this, it's sort of like a euphoria for us right now that we have this new technology, artificial intelligence. We do need some policy that regulates either internationally or regionally. And as we took a look at Professor Ojat's presentation, Indonesia has been struggling in coming to a regulation that can be implemented down to the learning environment in our campuses. And then finally, I think Professor Amirullah has helped us provide with some checklists, because as he has mentioned, that is very dangerous if you put AI in the pilot seats, especially in academic research, teaching, right? Because there are ethical issues that AI, I think, has no boundaries to that. right? Okay, and so I think that is a great conclusion. Professor Amirullah, thank you for joining us in person. And I think because of that, let's give a warm applause to all of us that has in this room and also online. Thank you, and with that, I return this session to the MCs.
Thank you so much. Can I have the biggest one more round of applause for our amazing plenary session led by Dr. Suci. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving to the next agenda to show our gratitude as a form of gratitude, we would like now to proceed to the token of appreciation presentation and giving to both our moderators and all of our speakers, both that attended offline and also online. And therefore, we would like to humbly invite the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Teachers Training, Professor Dr. Ucu Rahayu, to come upstage into presenting the token of appreciations. It has been such a wonderful, thoughtful discussions all around.
Definitely.
The amazing line of expert has generously showered us with insight, ideas, breakthroughs, and everything. First and foremost, Professor Ucu will present the token of appreciation to our distinguished speakers. Beautiful, gorgeous Professor Amirullah from Universitas Jambi has been generous to give us. Next up, to our distinguished moderators, Dr. Suci Mardiati Isman, for leading the sessions. Big cheers together, ladies and gentlemen. Prof. Ucu, one more, if you may. We will now also present the token of appreciation to Ms. Tahira Bibi as the online speakers. Dear Ms. Tahira, are you here still with us? Thank you so much for your amazing contributions at the 3rd ICTL 2025. It is duly recognized, duly appreciated, and we see you in our future engagement, of course.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Tahira, thank you for your sharing and your thought that it is very beneficial for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, give the biggest round of applause for us once again, ladies and gentlemen. And we have concluded the plenary session, and we are now inviting all of the moderator and speakers to come back to the designated seat. Thank you so much. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I can imagine that it has been such a great experience for all the attendees, both online but offline. All of the new insights, all of the amazing breakthrough that has been presented by our line of experts internationally. This is such a exquisite agendas with VIPs lining up to give us the best kind of information. I think we can bring so much new information that will be applicated to our newly life after this, works, schools, studies, and everything.
Right, that's so true, Bijak. And now we have finally come to the lunch break session. But before that, we have a few information that we need to tell to all of you here. The first thing is we would like all of you who have registered for this conference to stay tuned until the end of the conference and fill out the evaluation/attendance form, because you'll be able to obtain your certificate by filling out the form over there.
Very important.
Yes, and also we will have a poster presentation exhibition just out there, out of this main venue. So just near the registration table, actually.
Exactly, all of the amazing showcase project that is proudly presented to you by our amazing students of pre-service teacher professional program here at Universitas Terbuka Bogor. They have their newly conducted research, all of the breakthrough, all of the new experiment that have been done very nicely. We have seen it personally, so make sure to pay a visit and see all the amazing experiment there.
Exactly. And we have another information about the lunch break.
Exactly. For this, please kindly allow me to give a few information in Bahasa Indonesia so that information will be done correctly. Untuk Bapak Ibu rekan-rekan yang hadir secara langsung di Universitas Terbuka Convention Center, makan siang sudah tersedia setelah ini dan dapat diambil di meja registrasi di luar. Sekali lagi makan siang akan tersedia di luar. Setelah itu untuk Bapak Ibu rekan yang beragama Muslim yang akan melaksanakan sholat pada siang hari ini, ada 2 titik ibadah yang telah kami siapkan, yaitu untuk mahasiswi, untuk putri akan ada di lantai atas UTCC, bisa naik tangga menuju lantai atas, dan untuk putra atau laki-laki berada di musola yang ada di seberang Universitas Terbuka Convention Center ini, menyeberang ke arah ikon I Love UT.
Yeah,
That's
betul.
a few key information that we would like to give to you. And also, of course, we are kindly inviting you back to Universitas Terbuka Convention Center UTSC at
Pukul 1.15 at 1:15 p.m.
Yes, we
Jakarta
will
time.
be expecting you to come back here exactly at 1:15. No delay, please, because we will resuming to our next agenda, amazing agenda, which are the panel session.
So parallel session.
Parallel session. I'm
Parallel
too excited.
session.
Yes, parallel session will be conducted here at UTSC in the wings room that you can see all around UTSC. All of the room that has been numbered. It has been designed to hold an information session at the parallel session later on, and the amazing line of speakers, moderators will be there to greet you and to share new information for you, of course.
Right. So, Bijak.
Yep.
Until then, I'll see you later. Bye.
Enjoy your lunch, everyone. Goodbye.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the parallel session of the third International Conference on Teaching and Learning, organized by the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, Universitas Terbuka, Indonesia. Today we have 10 presenters who will be sharing very interesting topics. And my name is Ami Hibatul Jamil, your moderator in room 1. Each presenter will have a total maximum of 15 minutes, consisting of 10 minutes presenting and 5 minutes for question and answer session. If you have any questions for the presenters, please feel free to raise your hand or unmute your microphone during the Q&A session. Now let's proceed to our session. So our first presenter is Bapak Adi Susilo, and then he is from Universitas Terbuka, and he will be presenting the impact of the Teacher Professional Education Program on teacher competencies. All right, so to Pak Adi, now the screen is yours.
Thank you, Bu Ami. Good afternoon, participant offline and online. Okay. I will present my research. The title is the impact of the Teacher Professional Education Program on teacher competence and career development. A case study of university alumni. Okay. Okay. This the background of this research because of the teacher education professional program needs a tracer study, and the objective is to understand alumni experience post program and analyze competency relevance to work, and the provide input for program development. So this research will analyze competency gaps between the alumni competence and the relevant competencies in the real world. Okay, next. Next. Okay, I use mixed method within 109 alumni, questionnaire survey and in-depth interview with 41 alumni, 1 school principal and 2 peers, and also focus group discussion with 10 alumni. So there are quantitative based and qualitative based. So the quantitative based online questionnaire survey and analyze data with SPSS, and qualitative based include in-depth interviews, focus group discussion, and thematic analysis. Okay, next. So this is the result. Based on the result, the assessment of expertise competence is still not appropriate. There is a gap between the competence of graduates and the competence required in the work. In the aspect of expertise in designing and implementing penelitian tindakan kelas or classroom action research. Then the level of competence of graduates in employment for local language skills is generally quite good, 70% or more. However, for English and other foreign language, the level of competence is still low, although the gap is not too high. And the other foreign language skills, the level of competence of graduate is 60.6%, while the level of assessment that is moderately needed employment is 71.5%. This a little gap between the competence and the skill needed in the employment. Okay, next. So the data show that the 5 dimensions of ethics have a strong positive correlation with competencies in work. The level of competence in the ethical aspects of graduate is determined by the level of ethical competencies required in the workplace. So there is a still gap between the level of competence of graduates and the level of competence required in the world of work for 3 aspects, namely expertise in designing and implementing classroom action research, English language skill, and other foreign language skill. Okay, next. So with the conclusion, there are positive and negative impact based on the teacher professional education program. For the positive aspect, the alumni have a pedagogical skill, they enhance teaching abilities, improving educational delivery and effectiveness, and they have a work ethics, instill strong professional value, boosting workplace performance and integrity, and value-based learning. They have strengthened ethical foundation, promoting honesty and responsibility in graduate. And the last one, optimized learning method. Based on the result, it recommends that support self-development through practical experience like internship and discussion. So there are also disadvantages of the teacher professional education program. The alumni struggle in foreign language acquisition in their global educational opportunities, and there are mismatches between education and job market needs affect graduate employability. And the last one is the technology integration. So there are insufficient technology integration, limits adaptability to modern educational environment. So based the result, this research recommend that the teacher professional education need to updating the curriculum to align the competence of their alumni. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Pak Adi, for such inspiring presentation about the impact of the teacher professional education program on teacher competencies. Well, it's very interesting on the evaluate on the teacher education program in Universitas Terbuka. All right, so for next we will also we would like to appreciate and let's give applause for Pak Adi. All right. So we are now in Q&A session. Thank you, Pak Adi. It's actually on time, yeah, and before time, actually. So if you have any questions, let me check. Okay. All right. So, well, the question for Pak Adi. Well, actually, I have one for you, Pak Adi. So, which aspects of the teacher professional education program contribute most significantly to career development of Open University or Universitas Terbuka alumni according to the case study? Which aspects?
Okay, the most interesting aspect that this research would benefit Open University to develop more robust curriculum to fill the gaps between the alumni competence and the real world competence. So in the next program, the Open University will achieve between there is no gaps between the real competence of the alumni and the real work uh, competence.
Thank you, Padi. Such a clear clarification. All right. So once again, thank you, Padi, and give a round of applause for Padi, the first presenter. And then we would like to document the session. Can you please, everyone, to turn on your camera and put on your best smiles? So we would like to screenshot first. And you have to do screenshots to document. So everyone, turn on your camera. Pak Adi, you can be here. Is it? Okay. All right. So, all right. So everyone, please turn on your camera and put on your best smiles. Okay. All right. So everyone, we would like to document the session, and we would like to have the screenshot. Everyone, please turn on your camera and put on your best smiles. All right. On the wait, yeah, let me. Okay. Okay, on the count of 3, 1, 2, and 3. All right, another one. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, all right. Okay. So we would like to have another. All right. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, everyone, thank you for turning on your camera. All right. So we are here now for the second presenter. Thank you for staying tuned with us. And then I also here very honored to welcome Professor Mimi. Hello, Professor Mimi. Nice to meet you. And thank you for being here. Let me check. Okay. Hi, Prof. Mimi.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you. So we are very pleased to welcome you to share your best practice in innovation in STEAM learning. All right.
Thank you.
So everyone, I would like to introduce our invited speakers. Associate Professor Mimi Fitriana Zaini from Help University, Malaysia. All right, so Prof. Mimi, she is an accomplished academic and researcher. She obtained a PhD in educational psychology from International Islamic University, Malaysia, and also a master's degree in clinical and counseling psychology, also from International Islamic University, Malaysia, and still in the same campus for obtaining Bachelor of Psychology honors from International Islamic University Malaysia. Her area of specialization includes trauma recovery, resilience, cyber psychology, and quality education. Today, she will be sharing with us on the theme innovation in STEAM learning, right? So science, technology, engineering, art, and maths. All right. So without further ado, Prof. Mimi Fitriana Zaini, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I really hope that my screen and my voice can be clearly heard by the participants and all the audience. First of all, I would like to apologize because the background that the committee sent me was having a problem, so I can't. What do you call that? I can't put it on for my wardrobe, yeah, for this particular session. Hopefully, it is all right with my background, yeah. Even though it is not the conference background, because it got a problem when I uploaded it into the system.
No problem.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, we would like to continue. Before that, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude, yeah, to Universitas Terbuka, the Open University Jakarta, Indonesia, for inviting me again and again for this very special occasion. And I'm very happy to come back as a invited speaker, yeah, for this conference, and would like to congratulate all of the committee, yeah, especially my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Uchu, yeah, the very dear Professor Dr. Uchu, yeah, for this special invitation and occasion. I would like to share my slide here with everyone. Give me a second, please. Okay, I hope the committee can see the slide is opening here.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so when we talk about the innovation in STEM learning, yeah, one thing that comes into our mind is the integration of this education, isn't that? The integration that comes to our mind, right? So when we talk about the STEM learning, yeah, the STEAM learning, right? So everybody understands that, very sure, yeah, very particular in the integration, yeah, of science, yeah, into the incorporation, yeah, of all the education, pedagogical, yeah, and the system of learning in our capacity, in our curriculum. All right. Now the question is, what kind of innovation that STEM learning could provide, or could provide us with the promise of, could provide us with the outcome? Yeah, there are patterns in STEM learning, right? Definitely, there are patterns in STEM learning. There are patterns, yeah, in the innovation itself. Because when we talk about innovation, yeah, it reminds us of all the digital pedagogy, yeah, advancement in technology, yeah, advancement in science, in mathematics, right? And not to forget advancements in art itself, right? So what sort of STEM learning that we could share and we could adapt, in our usual learning abilities, so that students can be not only in their best understanding, yeah, but also the most important thing here in STEM learning is how to motivate students to have this integrity. This is our purpose. Therefore, this is our topic, yeah, to innovate, yeah, the learning, yeah, as the integration of STEM in our curriculum for the very basic learning that we can provide to our students, yeah. So when we talk about STEM here, definitely it is coming from the STEM, yeah, STEM before the STEAM, right? Because the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, it becomes the base for this innovation, right? So it means that it has its own root, yeah, for the arts, creativity, creative thinking, yeah, to be included, yeah, in the innovation of STEM. Right, because everyone is here. I believe everybody is educators here. Right.
Ini keluar soalnya, dikeluarin.
Yeah, never mind. Thank you very much. Can you please, maybe the committee can,
Yes.
yeah, mute. Yeah,
Please
thank you very
continue.
much. Thank you very much. All right. So as we understand that the purpose of this integrity, yeah, to include arts, in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, because one looking at the pure science, yeah, and the other one is the addition of the creative thinking. So if we're looking at the hemisphere of the brain, we have left hemisphere and we have right hemisphere. Right. As an educator, me, yourself, and the rest of the audience, yeah, as well as the students probably, Right. Allah has created us with these two hemisphere. Definitely, mashallah. Yeah, as Allah created us with these two hemisphere, yeah, of course, it is our Islamic perspective. Those who are Muslim with me, yeah, definitely we are thinking about bringing the education into our Islamic pedagogical perspective, right? So meaning that when we have the left hemisphere, it is definitely to belong to the pure science. Yeah. So those who come from the pure science, the left hemisphere is excellent. Right. So those who come from the humanities science, the right hemisphere is excellent. So what is the strategical method, yeah, or ways to combine the both hemisphere ability, yeah, so that education or pedagogy will be more understandable, yeah, will be more innovative. So this is the effort, yeah, provided by the first and very beginning of the country is the USA to propose or to promote this term into fostering their creativity and innovation. So without, the A word, yeah, which is the art, yeah. So the STEM will remain as a STEM itself. It means that innovation should be carried on, right? So we need to strategize how this pedagogical innovation in terms of education that we could promote to our student, yeah, will be fostering better creativity in our students' ability. Yeah. For example, I will be giving you and discussing with you about the success for STEM in Malaysia. Just to compare, yeah, the what do you call that? The ability of promoting STEM in Malaysia. Yeah. However, there is a very slow response. Yeah, in majority of the schools as well as the higher education in Malaysia, right? In order to integrate the information or the education, pedagogical understanding, yeah, into the STEAM itself. Yeah, which is the STEAM. Right, with the word of A here, yeah? So now the goal of this STEM actually is to encourage holistic learning, definitely by combining analytical and creative thinking. So left hemisphere and right hemisphere will be the integrated. So how do we provide that in education? Yeah, in order to advance, yeah, education and to include more technological, digital understanding, yeah, to integrate the science and mathematical, yeah, the knowledge of engineering, for example. Yeah, so we talk about the holistic manner, yeah, everything must be in the whole, right? So when everything will be put at the whole, yeah, so how we as the educators, yeah, to encourage the students to be more innovative, to be more creative, yeah, in their understanding, not only in their what do you call that, getting the subject to be, to receive an A or to get an A in their subject, right? Mathematics is an A, for example, science also A, for example, not only to get grade system or grading, but also how the students will integrate the knowledge, yeah, into the two combination of this pure science and as well as the humanities. So it has been, successfully integrated or in practice, yeah, by a few of other lower education in Malaysia. Yeah, for example, at this very moment, a few universities or a few higher education, yeah, in Malaysia are trying to integrate the system. Yeah, because we are looking for the future challenges, yeah, of this innovation, how to foster the critical thinking among our students in Malaysia, yeah, among the students in, and perhaps Indonesia has been doing that, right? So to prepare them, yeah, to further look at the challenges in education. Right. Before we introduce this, yeah, there must be some consideration that we need to look, yeah, for the importance of the STEM itself, the science, technology, engineering, mathematics in our pedagogical understanding. Now, what are the importance of introducing this innovation in STEAM for the students as well as in our educational system? Right. The first and the very beginning, as I mentioned earlier, because we human beings, we are attracted, right, to somehow increase the ability, yeah, for us to create the new things, right? So when we create the new things, yeah, definitely we cannot create new things without creativity, right? So our brain has been created in the capacity, yeah, in the idea of what do you call that? Presenting ideas, yeah. So we present ideas, all right, the product of our knowledge and experience, which is very empirical in nature, yeah. We provide knowledge and experience. How we transfer this knowledge and experience, it is important for our students to learn. Yeah. So therefore, critical thinking becomes the first important innovation, yeah, in introducing, yeah, the STEAM in our pedagogy. Right. Why do we need to do this? Yeah, because it helps us to develop problem-solving skills among the students. Yeah, we need to assist students, to motivate them, to encourage them, yeah, so that the students can be more innovative, yeah, in terms of their problem-solving ability. Why is that important? If you ask question like that, why is that important? Because students cannot be only stagnant. Yeah, we cannot let our students to be stagnant. Even the educators ourselves, me as an educator, yourself as an educator, yeah, we are the lecturers, we are the teachers, right? We can't be, stagnant in our own place, right? What does it mean by that? I am coming from the psychological perspective, yeah, and educational perspective. Somebody else is coming from, for example, information technology. The other one is coming from the economic sector, right? So having this all interdisciplinary combination or approaches, right, it allows us to create more problem-solving energies, yeah, more problem-solving skills. And we introduce this to our students, definitely. We want them to achieve better than what we achieve. Am I right? Yeah. We want our students to achieve more than what we achieve. Because the era, yeah, the digital era has been changed, right? As well as the advancement of technology has been changed. Our students, they know better than us. Yeah, if we realize that, our student majority of them actually, in terms of IT, technology, digital, they know better than us, right? Because they are the Gen Z, right? I mean, like example, yeah. So they are the millennium. Okay, now what we need to encourage them is based on our experience as the educators, right, to create more innovation in their critical thinking. We can do that, yeah, by providing them a lot of capacities as the interdisciplinary approaches. So the combination of STEAM is very important, right, because it promotes the real world application. Not only it helps, the educators to be more practical, right? We become more practical, yeah, because we can prepare our students into the more complex and understanding and the real life challenges. Yeah, example, the engineering students, yeah, not only the engineering matters, yeah, in terms of how to manufacture, yeah, how to produce, yeah, or the products, yeah, or to generate robotic. Example, without any pedagogical, in terms of advancing the robotic system in engineering, right? Without the creative thinking, without the creativity of mind, without the creativity or arts here, right? There will be no more the application, or there will be a little bit difficult for the students to apply their knowledge. That is why as teams here, we want the students to be more, living in their applied knowledge and experiences rather than following their own stream, itself. Like the engineering student, yeah, they just go, towards their own capability of being engineering, right, in their engineering program or in their IT program. We don't want that to happen. What we want is more innovations, creativity, yeah, in pedagogical understanding of the knowledge, yeah, as well as the application in the real world, yeah. My apologies, this innovation is his typo here, yeah. Okay, the third one, yeah, is to have the engagement ability among students. Because this is very important. STEAM allows engagement, combination of the science, technology, engineering, yeah, arts and mathematical, yeah, will allow more collaboration in terms of the thinking ability, creating more innovation among students, yeah. So, excuse me, more interest will be connecting, will be created, yeah, and students will be better engaged, yeah, in terms of their not only pure science, yeah, but also in terms of the non-science, yeah, stream, yeah. So learning becomes tangible, right? So why learning becomes tangible is not only stagnant; it is dynamic, yeah. When we, you know, encourage our students to be better learner, right, to transfer our educational aspects from our own as educator, yeah, to make them more engaged in our, class, in our learning, teaching, class experience and all those, right. So as we allow the student to think further, we allow the student to be creative. For example, they are submitted their assignments. Yeah, they submitted their assignments. In their assignments or in their homeworks, for example, we want our students in higher education, for example, among the lecturers here, yeah, of the Open University of Jakarta, for example, Indonesia, the lecturers allow, yeah, more creativity in assignment submission, for example, in making assignments to be better. All right. Without having students to engage, yeah, in the ability, right, okay, in the ability to continue with their interests, yeah, learning would not be tangible. The outcome will be very less, yeah. So this is very important analysis, yeah, to have STEAM all together. Right, now we go on, right. The emerging trends in STEAM education or STEM education, they call it. Number one is project-based learning, yeah, technology integration, and virtual exchanges, yeah, exchanges, right. Definitely, STEM introduced pedagogical learning, yeah, to tackle some problems in the real world situation, yeah, to promote deeper understanding. So this is project-based learning, yeah. As educator, we introduce our student that way. Number two, more integration in technology, yeah, definitely.
Is from the parents, and it seems like they are unaware of these issues and they are tend to be denial of the situation. The school.
I don't have any ini breakout rooms on ini.
So my question would be, if this is a big issue and we from educators put this as a really huge concern to pay attention to, what about their parents? Who touched them? Who school, but also balance also the treatment as well as at home?
Okay. Ibu Novi, would you please answer the question from Bapak Ignatius?
Thank you very much for your
Hello. We're sorry for the technical difficulties. Now we will continue the session and then waiting for Dr. Mimi first. All right. We're seeking for assistance in technical. Okay, we're sorry for this inconvenience, everyone. Prof. Mimi. We are waiting for Prof. Mimi to join. Okay. So just for reminders for the audience, if you have some questions related to the presenters, please chat. Please, you can type your question in chat box. Thank you. Right. Can ICT team please invite Dr. Mimi? All right, is Dr. Mimi already here? All right, so in the meantime, before Prof. Mimi is explaining about STEAM, innovation in STEAM learning, STEAM, actually it's science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So please, everyone, for the college students here of Universitas Terbuka, if you have any questions related to innovation in STEAM learning, you can later raise up your hands during the Q&A sessions. We're still waiting for Dr. Mimi. Someone please invite Dr. Mimi to room 1. especially for IT team. We apologize for the inconvenience. Oh yeah, Dr. Mimi, we're very apologize. We apologize. We apologize. Sorry, for the technical difficulties. All right. Yes. Can you please wrap up in 3 minutes? I'm sorry.
In STEM education. Okay. Now, there are two case studies that I would like to bring with the audience here. The first one is KEL Innovation Center in Michigan. Yeah, that was the first one that center opened for the innovation in STEAM study, right? And the second one is in Malaysia for the B STEM Ready. And this B STEM Ready is an example, yeah, why the STEM is ready to move from the STEM to the STEAM. All right, by the presentation of 2012, yeah, to 2023 innovation in STEAM. Okay, so this is a very good project in Malaysia that introduced the combination of integration, yeah, of all the sciences in Malaysia. One of the examples here, I'm given, very limited time, so let me just rush for this one. So the movement of the Malaysia education, higher education in 2023, they stick on the STEM, yeah, they stick on the science, technology, engineering and mathematics. With the effort, they do that. However, STEM increase in Malaysia for the 70% by the Education Ministry of Education in Malaysia to, to induce the probability, yeah, of introducing how the STEM could be applicable in the schools. Yeah, at that moment, only the residential schools, yeah, or what do you call that? The school that with the residential, yeah. So they introduced that for the students, for all the students, and it is successful. Now, what is the ability of the STEAM to be STEM? Sorry, for the STEM to be STEM. Sorry, the combination of the STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, yeah, to be in the era of the STEAM. In Malaysia, the paradigm is a very new to educational philosophy. So therefore, they are trying to provide this into more inputs rather than the outputs. The process of teaching and learning is very crucial. And what we look at this pedagogical understanding on one sided instrument and whether mutually instrumental and pedagogical, yeah. So we look at one-sided of this information, of the information, yeah, from the mutually instrumental, one-sided instrumental and mutually instrumental, how this combination will be successful, will be important for the educators. Yeah, not only educators, the most important thing is the students themselves. Right, then we have the benefit of STEM learning to enhance creativity, yeah, to improve the collaboration and networking, yeah, and then to future ready skills. And that's why STEM is very important in our process of learning ability. Now, what are the challenges in implementing our STEM here? Unfortunately, STEM provides a lot of challenging, yeah, a lot of challenges. One of those challenges, development of the curriculum. There must be some kind of problems in pedagogical, improvement, yeah, because STEM is not a new, yeah. Of course, it is innovation in our education, yeah. Number two is the teacher training. Not all teachers are accommodated with this, yeah. Need to be very systematic in implementing STEM, implementing STEM to STEAM, right? And resource allocation is quite challenging as well. Yeah, not only that, the implementation of the financial support, financial resource. Yeah. Now, however, strategies to be effective, yeah, in the integration of the STEM is very important. Number one, our strategy our strategize the professional development in terms of ongoing training among teachers. Yeah, just give me one more minute, please. And also the community partnership. Yeah, this is very important to build strong community when we introduce the effectiveness of this integration. Last but not least is the flexibility of learning environment. So we create the students to be more flexible in their learning. Not only the students, but we as educators to be more flexible in our teaching ability. Yeah, in conclusion, STEM is very important. It is essential to prepare our students to navigate and contribute to a rapidly evolving world. Yeah, and also we call that as the action to invest resources, training, curriculum development to foster innovative STEM learning. So I think that's all from me, and I think I am on the dot for the for the 3 minutes. Yeah, thank you so much for your attention and participation.
Wow, thank you, Prof. Mimi, and everyone. Please give a round of applause for this inspiring presentation.
Thank you very much.
All right. So it's really interesting how you present to us the best practice and how Malaysia already integrate STEAM learning in education. Right. It's really interesting that it's very important for the innovation in STEAM learning, and also it is also noted that we encourage holistic education in also STEAM learning. All right. Next, we have Q&A sessions for one term only. I would like to ask for the offline audience first. Do you have any questions? Anyone? STEAM learning? All right, then for the online audience. All right. So, Prof. Mimi, actually, I have one question for you. It's really interesting how it's STEAM learning also bridge the flexible learning, right? When that you have presented. All right. So, if my question is, if educators or the teachers now is just exposed to this STEAM learning, what advice would you give to the educators who are just starting to integrate innovation into their STEAM teaching practices? Yeah. Thank you.
Ready to present this fostering ability to our students into more coming from the STEM to excuse me coming from the STEM to STEAM ability. The educators themselves, especially the newbies, those who involve in the newly environmental learning, pedagogical learning, and teaching ability, they must have a very systematic training. It is not easy. It is not difficult as well, to be honest, on the significant use of understanding and use of the STEAM learning to innovate. Not only to promote to our students, but also to ourselves as educators. So the educators, especially those who are just newly joining the line of educators, they must be well prepared with the ability of training. That's why STEAM provides the consecutive training capacities for the educators, not only the newbies educators, but also the existing educators. So training in pedagogical, whether it is digital pedagogy, or perhaps to introduce the integration of the STEM to the STEAM, transformation of the STEM to the STEAM. It involves a few steps in training ability. So there must be systematic training. Without systematic training for this, to begin with the introduction of the STEM, and then to provide training for understanding of the STEAM, from the perspectives of the educators, then to look at the strategy, yeah, of how to implement the integration of team in our, pedagogical learning and teaching processes in our capacity as the educators. So this is very important in our, environmental learning and teaching ability. I hope that answers.
All right. Yes. Thank you, Prof. Mimi. So the key is systematic training, right? So
Yes,
for the pedagogical training of transformation from STEM to STEAM. All right. Such a clear clarification. So thank you. And then, all right. So we wrap up for the inspired speaker session. Everyone, please give a round of applause. One more for Prof. Mimi.
Thank you very much, Miss Amy.
So, Prof. Mimi, thank you very much for attending this session. We are very honored and we are pleased to welcome you.
Thank you very much. And have a good day, everyone.
All right. So, thank you, Prof. Mimi. Now we would like to continue to proceed to the next session. So we have offline presenter here, which is Pak Doni Dharma Sagita MPD Cons from Universitas Terbuka. And then he will present the paper titled Measuring the Subjective Well-Being of Early Childhood Education Teachers. Does teacher certification increase happiness? All right, now Pak Doni, now the screen is yours.
Well, thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Doni Dharmaskita from PG PAUD Universitas Terbuka. Yeah, I'm very happy today because in this room has attended by the prospect a prospective professional teacher from PPG Universitas. I know you are the next professional teacher, and I hope after graduate from PPG UT, maybe you are be happiness in your class and your life. Okay, I think I'm not wrong room today because Mrs. Mimi, Prof. Mimi, was give about innovation in education, in STEM learning. Yeah, that is innovation in education. And today I wanna tell you about psychological aspect with the entitled Measuring the Subjective Well-Being of Early Childhood Education Teachers. Does teacher certification increase and happiness? Yeah. Subjective well-being is the viral today in the world because how the perception about the happiness, life satisfaction, and emotional effect. So, in the datis in the world, as the teacher, maybe we can meet the different student, maybe, and then the student have many attitudes. So that is will be make the teacher will must be professional to get it. And now, Indonesian government has a program to increase, enhance, and enhance the professional teacher with the certification program. Yeah. the teacher certification aims to improve competence about sport pedagogical and well-being. And then this remain how to certification affect PAUD teacher, because the PAUD teacher has the point or role play to be to make a children will be success for the future. Then PAUD teacher well-being affect teaching quality and student outcomes. You saw that the background of my research. And then this is a visualization about my research, because we can see the subjective well-being is not about psychological, but the psychological well-being get the other aspect or other theory. For the example, peer review, resilience theory, attention policy, article on the other. So the subjective well-being in the one hot research today. And then next. Hello. This is my research purpose to analyze differences in subjective well-being between certified and uncertified teacher, PAUD teacher, and examine the contributing factor. So today, this is my research purpose, and I use the methodology, this design that my research use a descriptive comparative method. And my population, all the teacher PAUD in Indonesia, and I get 142 PAUD teacher as a sample, 92 certified and 50 uncertified. I use the instrument teacher subjective well-being questionnaire developed by Renshaw, that the indicator that school connectedness and teaching efficacy. And analysis independent sample t-test. I use GASP or SPSS. Next. The result of my research, I found the certified teachers scored high in subjective well-being. So, my friend, if you have a certified or certification after you graduate from PPG, maybe you can get the subjective well-being or happiness in your career, because Indonesian government has make this program to enhance your pedagogical competence and your improving your financial. Maybe certified teachers score high in subjective well-being about financial aspect. Okay, and then I try to see the differences about a certified teacher and uncertified teacher, and I found teaching efficacy and school connected among certified teacher is very high than the uncertified teacher. So this is the difference is the result of my research. Next. Okay. Next. Okay. In this presentation, we can see the principal support. Yes, my friend. Principal support give the very high point to correlate coefficient to improve subjective well-being teacher. And then we can look workload, work environment condition, age, and years of service. So you're very young, your age is not important to be a professional teacher. And then next. Okay, this is my conclusion. Certification positively impact PAUD teachers' subjective well-being. And then principal support is a strongest influence to improve subjective well-being and recommended to encourage approach, certification, and work environment reform. So after you graduate from PPG, you must be a professional teacher and make a subjective well-being and get happiness in your work, in your class, and in your life. I think that's all. Thank you very much for your pay attention.
Please give a round of applause for Bapak Dodi. Thank you, Pak Doni, for presenting your paper related to the subject well-being. Yeah. All right. Now I would like to ask the offline presenter first. Any questions or feedbacks or comments? Or maybe do you wonder the implication of the research or etc.? All right. So let me check for online. For online audience. All right. So okay. Actually, I have one question. So Pak Doni, according to your findings, how actually to what extent does the teacher certification contribute to overall happiness? Overall happiness compared to other factors like work environment and then salary and then also administrative support. So according to your findings, to what extent do subject well-being contribute to the whole overall happiness? Yeah, to the early childhood educators compared to other factors such as work environment, salary, and then what else? Administrative support.
If I can understand your question. We can see that visualization of my research in the my presentation. It shows that the subjective well-being is not about psychological from the teacher, but the psycho well-being can be improved from the other or environment. Yeah, so that for example, financial principal support or acclaim school acclaims, intimacy, and other. And maybe this is a new improvement to me. I just maybe the next time I will research about it. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Pak Doni. So it's actually the opportunities for the further research, yeah. All right, thank you. And now once again, give applause to Pak Doni. All right. Okay. So next, we proceed to the next online presenter. First, we would like to. All right. So we would like to please welcome Komang Kurniawan Widyarta. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Hi Pak Komang. How are you? Yeah. So you are from Undiksa? Okay, Undiksa ya. All right. And then so Pak Komang Kurniawan will present automated speech recognition or ASR, transcription, and sign language character animation on learning media. Wow, that's very interesting. All right.
All right.
Could you
Okay.
please share the screen?
Okay, let me show you the screen. Is my screen visible, Miss Amy?
Yes, it's clear.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I am Komang Kurniawan from Undiksa, Bali. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity given to me. On this question, I will present the result of my research entitled Automated Speech Recognition, Transcription, and Sign Language Character Animation on Learning Media. Yeah, this research focuses on deaf students at SLB or SLB in Gianyar City in Bali. The identification of problem in this research includes the first, both teachers and school don't emphasize technology as a supporting tool in assisting learning activities. Teachers not to fully understand about student needs, especially in the context of utilizing technology as a learning aid. And the second, differences in verbal communication hinder student active participation in discussions. Deaf student or student with needs experience very low self-confidence and have a gap in participation in their activities following learning at their school. The third, educating student with special need requires special skill from a teacher on how to communicate in teaching students so that that interaction like a bahasa isyarat or bahasa isyarat communication competency is mandatory to understand. This is a problem because not all teachers understand about bahasa isyarat. And the last, if I relate it to the independent learning program, MBKM or Kurikulum Merdeka, the independent learning program provides freedom to innovate in the teaching and learning process with a curriculum that is tailored for students with special need. The problem becomes urgent to understand that in the teaching and learning process, it should be able to be done by everyone without exception, even though the delivery of materials and communication method with the student are major obstacle to transferring knowledge. What is my hope? In the reason that makes this research important, anyone can teach the first focus, which is people who want to teach in special school usually have to meet certain requirement, namely sign language or bahasa isyarat. But what about me who want to teach them? The hope is that the result of this study can be a solution so that we can teach them too. Everybody teach student, a deaf student. And the second, learning media as teacher-student interaction. The use of sign language in learning media can be a tool to help interaction between teacher and student in school environment that use sign language as the main method of communication. However, based on observation and interview, the reality in the field is the first dependent on teachers. Student with special need or deaf student who are deaf have the same right to receive learning from anyone. However, in the context of learning in school, students are fully dependent on teachers who understand sign language. The role of technology in learning in school is not yet optimal. Teacher fully use the conventional learning style approach in teaching and learning activities in the classroom. Limited learning media that are able to convey material in sign language in school. Yeah, the solution to this problem in this study, a learning media based on automated speech recognition was built. It is hope that a student can understand what the teacher is saying with the help of speech to text module technology in prosa technology or artificial intelligence. The learning media translate the teacher voice into sentence or words as the words can search for sign language animation asset in the database or storage.
Komang, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, we have one more
Okay.
minute. Thank you.
Yeah. Furthermore, the learning media display sign language character animation according to the transcription sentence. Yeah. Here, some initial idea in induction this research, freedom to learn, learning media help every educator to teach, like us, like me, or deep studying have school hours that are highly dependent on teachers. Here are some theories that support this research. And the next, I use ADDIE model to instructional design model, analyze, design, development, implementation, and the last is evaluation. This is a research activity in stage in analyze, need analyze, curriculum analyze, and analysis of deep student. In the design stage in the ADDIE model, I design learning media based on transcription ASR, automated speech recognition, and sign language animation that are tailored to the needs of a deaf student. This design is carried out by considering several important aspects in the development of technology-based learning media, including learning flow, CB sign language design, user interface UI UX, utilities of progressive web apps or PWA, automated speech recognition, technology, and database design. At the development stage, the design that
I'm sorry,
was...
Pak Komang, can you please wrap up to the last slide? Sorry.
Yeah, this is my last slide.
Okay, thank you.
In design stage, that was prepared in the previous stage was implement into learning media based on automated speech recognition and sign language animation that can be used by deaf student. The first is frame room. The second picture manage background classroom. Translate from text to animated bahasa isyarat and learning media with automated speech recognition from voice. And the last, the student can learning from video. This is the UI UX, and then the implementation of learning media based on ISR field trial at SLB Negeri 1 Gianyar. And the last stage is evaluation. That's all I can explain from the research that has been done. Next will be test the validity, practicality, and effectiveness of the learning media in further research. Thank you, Ms. Ami.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Komang. Such an inspiring presentation. Yeah, it's a unique one because yeah, the exploration for the learning media for the
Special needs
special needs students
students is actually not really explored. Yeah, so yeah, it is interesting how you can develop the automated speech recognition or ASR. All right, so for the offline audience. Okay, so Pak Doni, maybe do you have some questions? Okay, let's from moderator then. Okay, so my question is then to what extent does the learning media using ASR, transcription and sign language character animation can improve the learning outcomes of the special needs students based on the field trials, Pak Komang?
Play on the learning media. It also applies to learning videos. The concept is the same. When the video is play, there is an animation that explain what the video conveys in the form of sound. Considering that deaf student cannot hear, yeah, the technology adopted in automated speech recognition in the form of an artificial intelligence model that can translate a voice into text. This text will be used as a keyword to search for animation asset stored in the database. So I think my research solve this problem in transfer knowledge between teacher and deaf student, and now I still to validating result about that, Miss Ami.
All right. Thank you for a clear and insightful answer. And I hope that yeah, your research could bloom and could be published. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Pak Komang. And now let's give a round of applause again for Pak Komang. All right. Next, we would like to move to the next presenter. And please welcome Miss Nurhaida Lakwana from Universitas Muhammadiyah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for
So
the opportunity given to me.
yeah, Miss Nurhaida will present the paper titled "Learning Speaking with Educational Influencers Content: A Case Study at Universitas Muhammadiyah Lubuk." So, Miss Nurhaida, you have 7 minutes. Unfortunately, sorry. Yeah, you can start now.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Let me share screen first. All right. So first of all, I informed that I use two devices, so one from my mobile phone and one from my laptop, just to prevent whether the network is unstable here, so I can still follow this conference. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
And
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
good afternoon, everyone. So, yeah, let me start my turn. Distinguished keynote speakers, respected organizers, fellow researchers, and then esteemed participants. Well, yeah, let me give a short introduction. My name is Nur Haida Lakwana, and I'm currently pursuing a doctoral degree in education at Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. So I'm going to present the paper entitled Learning Speaking with Educational Influencers, a case study at Universitas Muhammadiyah Lubuk. Well, yeah. Let me move to the next slide. Yeah, I'm going to structure my presentation based on this outline. Yeah, first is introduction, and then method, result, and discussion, and then the last is, of course, conclusion. So yeah, before talking about introduction or the background of this paper, here is actually something interesting that we know that half of no, not a half, but young people today, they spend half of their time for like using digital platform like YouTube, Instagram, and then TikTok, and etc. Yeah, but what if I thought that what about if this screen time actually can become a powerful tool, yeah, for learning English, especially for improving speaking skills? Yeah. So this brings us to the core of my presentation here, the digital transformation in language learning and the rising influence of educational influencers. So yeah, as the digital platforms continue to transform education, they often they over engaging content, interactive features, and then personalized learning experiences. Like according to Rahman et al. In 2023 here, digital platforms transform language learning. So yeah, the digital platform here like YouTube, Instagram, and then TikTok actually offering engaging content and then also interactive features and diverse learning styles, which is tailored to individual preferences. And then yeah, on the right slide, yeah, on the right side of the slide, yeah, educational influencers. So educational influencers is someone, yeah, that has influence in education. So I highlight how educational influencers play a key role. Yeah, they create really fun, useful, and relatable content that helps learners improve their English, especially in speaking skills. All right. So yeah, here is the phenomenon. So students at Universitas Muhammadiyah Lubuk were strongly drawn to English content from educational influencers due to its relevance, flexibility, variety of formats, and then the personal connection influencers built, making it a preferred tool for improving speaking skills. So yeah, having explored the background and current trends in the digital language learning and the role of educational influencers, yeah, this brings us to the main purpose of this paper. Yeah, the first is to find out what is the type of digital English speaking learning platform from educational influencers used by the students. And then the second is to investigate how the content contained in the digital learning platform from educational influencers affects the English speaking skill of the students. All right, so this is the method. So let me talk a little bit about this. Of course, before getting the data, the participants are asked to sign the consent form here, and then also to keep the data confidential. The researcher just give the code like P1, P2, and etc. Then population and sampling here. The population is the second semester English students at Universitas Muhammadiyah Lubuk with the inclusion criteria. The first is, of course, they use the digital learning platforms, and also they use the content from educational influencers. And then the sampling method is purposive sampling. The research design is qualitative with a case study, and then the data was collected through semi-structured interviews with the duration of 30 up to 35 minutes per session. And that data analysis procedure here, we use the thematic analysis from visual and code in 2018. With the steps like transcription and translation, initial coding, theme development, and theme review and evaluation, naming and mapping themes, and the last is preparation of the report. Well, here is I want to invite you to explore the key finding of this, the key result of this paper actually. Yeah, as you can see, there are two main platforms identified like YouTube and TikTok. Yeah, here educational influencers like English with Lucy, English with who is this? English with Vanessa, and then English with Tiffany. Yeah. So there are some educational influencers, which is the content that they have created, and then also learn by the students, to improve their speaking skill. Here is the first, because you to provide rich, structured content like pronunciation content or even grammar and etc. Yeah. And also YouTube offers exposure to authentic English from native speakers, so the students can exposure with the authentic English from the native speakers. And then the YouTube also has features
Excuse me,
like
Miss
yes.
Nurhaida, you have 1 more minute.
All right. So features like okay. And then also let me move to the TikTok. Yeah, TikTok is the second platform. It's just used by here is the educational influencers from TikTok. And then let me move to the second factors which is influence the English speaking ability. Well, there are four actually factors. The first is internal encouragement. Yeah. And then the second is willingness to learn, and then the self-confidence, and then the flexible learning time. So there are four factors actually. So let me come to the conclusion. Yeah. So there are two main platforms used by the students to improve or to learn speaking. Yeah. The first is YouTube, and the second is TikTok. And also the factors also that influence or the effect so that the students can improve their speaking skill is the first is internal encouragement, and the second is willingness to learn. The third is self-confidence, and for the last is the flexible learning time. Yeah. All right. I think that's all from me. Let me stop sharing first. All right. Okay, back to the moderator, Ma'am Ami.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Miss Nurhaida. Please give a round of applause for Miss Nurhaida. Wow, such a great
All right, thank you.
presentation. It's great to know that educational influencers also can help students in learning English, right? All right.
Yeah.
So I would like to actually ask a question for you. I'm
Sure.
wondering actually, there are many content creators that have or create content about learning English, but do you filter that content creators, or do you have the criteria or some criteria for the specific English influencers that is the sample for your research,
All
like
right.
English
So
with Lucy, what the
yeah.
criteria?
All right. Okay. So thank you very much for the question. Well, actually, I still keep doing the research about this. So I still continue. Well, actually, this is the topic from my doctoral dissertation. So I still continue to do the research about this. Well, if you ask about the criteria, uh, well, I still do not, reach that point, but the educational influencers followed by, or which is the content for watched by the students here is the educational influencers which have like million followers. So it means that they have consistency content. So and also it means that their content have benefits. So that's why there are a lot of followers to follow them and then also to watch their content. So I think I hopefully I could answer your question.
Yes, now it's clear. So the key is the one that have millions of viewers and millions of subscribers, right? Right. So
All right.
thank you once again
Thank you.
for the insightful presentation. And now please give a round of applause again. All right, thank you, Ms. Nurhaida. All right, now we would like to proceed to the next presenter, which is Miss Sinta Octaviana.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, you are. There are two of you.
Course.
There are
Can
two
repeat again?
presenters in
Yes,
one screen.
Yes, two
Oh,
presenters. This is my
okay.
friends, Amalia.
All right. So everyone, Miss Sinta Octaviana is from IAIN Madura, and then she will present the paper titled "The Effect of Collaborative Game-Based Outdoor Learning Model on Students' Learning Outcomes in Class 8 Social Studies subjects at SMPN 6 Pamekasan." All right, so Miss Tinta and friend, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you for the time. Okay, you can hear my voice. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am my friends, Amalia Fauzia Rahma. I want to tell you to explain my result of the effect of collaborative game-based outdoor learning model on student learning outcomes, social studies. Is the teacher duty is educate students and staff to make the learning process engaging. Is so give student core accustomed to view the material taught by the teacher as important and unhelpful. So we need a new environmental learning to give interest of our students. Teachers must be able to choose more innovative learning models that suit student needs. Student needs like free, and he can develop the competencies. As students require our friendly, warm learning environment feel that encourages one learning model considers enjoyable and capable of activity engaging students. So we make a student happy to we can develop competencies. The purpose of the study was to determine the effect of implementing a collaborative game-based outdoor learning model on student learning outcome in social studies. We focus just in social learning outcome in social studies. In addition, this study also aims to determine the average pre-test and post-test score of class that use collaborative game-based outdoor learning models and those that do not use collaborative game-based outdoor learning models in social studies subjects. We use a quantitative research of the quasi-experiment type using a pre-test, post-test, and a non-equivalent control group design. This study used a purpose sampling because I chose sampling with like environment support and technology support. The population in this study consists of 8th grade students at SMP Negeri 6 Pamekasan, comprising two classes, Class A and Class B. The sample used the study was Class B as the experiment group and Class A as the control group. And then the result of the research explained with Amalia.
Okay, I'm Amalia and I will explain the result and discussion. The first diagram shows a comparison of pretest and post-test scores in the experimental class across specific score range. The graph consists of two bars, green and blue, representing the pretest and post-test score respectively. And the second diagram shows a comparison of pretest and post-test results in the control class, which did not receive the auto learning model based on collaborative games. In the graph, the green bar represents the pretest result, while the orange bar shows the post-test result after the learning process using conventional methods. Okay, the result of the statistical test revealed a very interesting and significant finding. The calculate the value was 2.216 with a significance level of 0.034, which is below 0.05. And from the table above, it is shown that the experimental class using the auto learning model experienced a 57% increase in learning outcomes, while the control class using the conventional model achieved only 26% increase. And the conclusion from this result is, therefore, based on this analysis, it can be concluded that the outdoor learning model is quite effective in improving student learning outcomes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank Miss Sinta and Amalia. All right, so it's very eye-opening to know that the effect of collaboration of game-based outdoor learning model on student learning outcomes. All right, okay, so we have question here from Miss Ida Rosida. Yeah, do you want to unmute yourself or do you want me to read your question?
Hello. Thank you, Miss. I thought that I will never get a chance to speak and ask some question, but it was for Mr. Komang, if I may. Sorry. First, let me introduce myself. Actually, I'm a student still taking major management in Universitas Terbuka, and I'm living in Japan. So yeah, my question was, what is the most significant challenges for teachers over there that facing when addressing the needs of diverse learners, and also how do teachers overcome those challenges? That's all. Thank you. So it's not for Miss Sinta and Amalia actually, but if I may, and if Mr. Komang, yeah,
All right.
kindly answer the question. Thank you.
So, Miss Ida, okay, so if Pak Komang still here, then yeah, it can be addressed to Pak Komang, and then for the chance to Miss Sinta, later we will give another opportunity for all to ask, yeah. Okay, Pak Komang, would you please answer the question? Is Pak Komang still here? Can answer the question? All right. Okay, because there is no response yet, we will proceed to the question for Miss Sinta and Amalia, ya. For Ibu Ida Rosida, can it also be applied for Miss Sinta and Miss Amalia?
Hello.
I think it is
Hello, hello.
also. Pardon?
Hello, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
I
Komang?
try to answer the Ida's question in chat about what is one of the most significant challenges teachers face when addressing the need. Yeah, sorry. The class I handle is especially for the deaf with low hearing levels. Of course, there are challenges when giving order to the media, giving voice to the media, because not all standard language in our normal language can be translated into sign language. It's the most yeah, start my video. It's the most challenge for me to develop media. So the animated can be understood by student. I'm sorry.
Is it clear, Miss Ida?
I'm sorry. My son is crying.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Komang, and thank you, host, for allowing me to speak in here. Thank you so much.
Anytime, Ida. All right, thank you very much for Pak Komang for answering the question, and also Ibu Ida Rosida. All right, so next for the questions for Miss Sinta and Miss Amalia. If you have questions, please unmute yourself. Is there any? All right, well, actually, I'm interested as well in your research. Well, it's about the influence of collaborative game-based outdoor learning model, yeah. So I wonder, what kind of game-based is it? Is it digital game or is it role-playing game? Can you please also elaborate on this game-based? What kind of game-based learning? Yes, please. Miss Ita.
To answer your question. We use role play. Yes, mencari harta karun will student move from place to place to search harta karun like that.
Treasure hunt.
Yes, of course. Okay, that's like that, like this, and in this my student reach this it is they answer the question and he, they have a start to give a film.
Oh, I see. So the question is related to social studies subjects.
Yes, social studies subject in senior high school.
Oh, I see. All right. So I think that's also inspiring. So the teachers and educators here can also try to have treasure hunt in their classroom, yeah. And it's very also engaging, yeah, because everyone can involve. All right. Thank you, Miss Sinta and Amalia and Miss Amalia. Now let's give a round of applause. Thank you very much. All right, so next we will proceed. Oh yeah, before we proceed, please take a look on the chat box. I already post the attendance and evaluation link. Please everyone fill in the attendance and evaluation link. All right, let's move on to the next presenter. We have two more presenters left. So the next is Miss Kartika Fajriani from Universitas Nadatul Ulama Kalimantan. Are you ready, Miss Kartika?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm ready.
All right. So Miss Kartika will present the paper titled Best Practices of Local Wisdom-Based Learning for Strengthening Early Childhood Language. Wow, really interesting. All right, so Miss Kartika, you have 7 minutes and now the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good
Waalaikumsalam
afternoon,
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
ladies and gentlemen, and greeting to all of this. Honorable for Mimi Fitriani Zaini, PhD, as the keynote speaker. There, Mrs. Ami Hibayatul Jamil, SPDMA, as the moderator, and all the participants of the Third International Conference on Teaching and Learning, ICTL 2025. That's important. Allow me, Kartika Pajani from Nahdlatul Ulama University of S. Kalimantan, to present the result of my research entitled Best Practice of Localism-Based Learning for Strengthening Early Childhood Language. Okay. Okay, this background and the next phase of fundamental level of supporting cognitive, social, emotional, and early childhood. At this stage, contextual learning is needed so the children are able to absorb language naturally and meaningful. On approach that is fun, was often effective and learning based on localism, which not only enrich children learning experience, but also strengthen their attachment to the surrounding cultural environment. However, the growing trend of globalization has caused many children to be disconnected from the local cultural roots. In this context, Samarinda City which has a rich cultural heritage of Kutai Kartanegara. Maybe you have the IKN, ranging from folk culture to traditional and regional language, has great potential to become the model for the implementation of local culture-based learning that is able to integrate language strengthening will grasping culture identity from an early age. Problem formulation. How does the application of learning based on localism strengthen children language? How do children language skill involve the implementation? And what are the obstacles and solution in the implementation of learning? Research objectives identify and describe the application of localism based learning and strengthening children's language and localism based learning best practice for strengthening early childhood language in Samarinda City by knowing what are the obstacles and solution in the implementation of learning. Research methodology, the study employed a qualitative approach with a case study designed to gain in-depth understanding of localism-based learning practice for strengthening early childhood language skills. The effort was selected to explore the phenomena within its natural and complex social cultural context. The research was conducted at early childhood education institution in Samarinda, is Kalimantan, a region rich in local culture heritage, particularly the tradition of the Kutai culture. The participation include early childhood teachers who implement culture-based learning, parents involved in their children education, and cultural figures with knowledge of localism and traditional practice. The web collection taught for premier technique, the first classroom observation to document the implementation for learning activities and the integration of local cultural elements. Second, semi-structural interview with teacher, parent, and cultural figure to explore their experience, perspective, and challenge. Third, document analysis, including teaching material, lesson plan, and language development assessment, and fourth, informal language testing and measure children language proficiency after politicizing and culture-based instruction. The network analysis descriptively using a thematic analysis approach, aiming to identify effective strengths and emerging challenges to ensure the validity and reliability of the finding. The triangulation was applied by coach verifying insight from observation, interview, and documentation. Finding learning practice, aspect folklore, example, the story of Putri Kamang Malenu, flows discussion, language objectivities, active listening, cultural vocabulary. Aspect local games plus local language, example, the field, angklek, bekal plus regional language objective, speak in social context. Aspect local expression, for example, in the plate, greeting, poems, and special greetings, language objectives, language creativity, cultural identity.
Hi, Miss. Sorry, you have 1 more minute.
Okay. This is challenge and solution. Contain limited teaching material, solutions called cultural community collaboration. Okay. Solution, for example, the best practice, the story of Putri Kemang Meleno, standards, listening skill and vocabulary, traditional games, enclick, breaker, reinforce verbal interaction, local information, increase children linguistic creativity and emotional closeness. Okay. Conclusion. Learning based on local wisdom has been for fun to strengthen children linguistical holistical. These practice support culturally responsive pedagogy and worthy of replication. Local communities have strengthened for the providing learning resources. Further research is needed to listen to the effectiveness of teacher training and the development of local culture training tools. That is close my presentation. I want to express the first screen institute for Mimi Ferdinand Jani FAD and Miss Ami Habiatul Jamil SP MPD, as well as to all discussion for participation of this conference for your kind attention and participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ms. Kartika Fajriani, for your presentation. It's really interesting to know the best practices of local wisdom in Kalimantan. Yeah. All right. So I will open the Q&A session. Is there any question from the online audience? You can just turn on your microphone. Any question? All right. So, well, actually, I have a question for you. I'm wondering, so the local wisdom is in the form of folk tale. Is it folk tale? What's the title again? It's the folk tale, yeah. So if it's the folk tale for strengthening the early childhood language. So I'm wondering, what's the moral advice, or what's the moral takeaways from the folk tale? Because I haven't heard that folk tale before.
Okay. The identify and describe the application of localism-based learning is strengthening children language and localism-based learning best practice for strengthening early childhood language in Samarinda city, because by now what the abstractness and solution and implementation of learning. The Samarinda city have the culture ethnic unit, and then I have city is Kutai Kartanegara, is the kingdom of Sultan Kutai Kartanegara. It is more culture and
what I wonder is actually the key takeaways or the moral takeaways from the folk tale, because I haven't heard what's the title again? Not the title of the presentation, but the title of the folk tale that you use. Is it Putri Meru? Sorry, I forget the title of the folk tale that you just present. Yes, Miss Kartika. Are you here? Oh, yeah. Yes, Miss Kartika. I'm actually wondering, how is the story?
Okay.
Yeah, how is the story? What's the title again? Putri
Kemang Melano.
Nah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm wondering the moral takeaways from that story.
Okay. This is about cerita rakyat ya, cerita
Yeah,
rakyat.
yeah, folktale.
Yes, cerita rakyat from Kutai Kartanegara, and then based of local wisdom, this has been proven strengthened children language skill holistic creative from harness from more discipline, and then his character is soft character soft spoken. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for your answer, Miss Kartika. Well, I think I will Google that story. It seems interesting, so I would like to read it for myself. Thank you for this insight. Okay, once again, give a round of applause for Miss Kartika Fajriani. All right, so next we are proceeding to the next presenter, Mr. Muhammad Japar from Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Share.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Mr. Muhammad Japar will present. The title is Development of a Digital-Based Democratic Education Model to Strengthen Political Tolerance Among University Students. So Mr. Muhammad Japar, you have 7 minutes from now. Thank you.
Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I am Muhammad Jafar, a student Universitas Negeri Jakarta. Development of a digital-based democratic education model to strengthen political tolerance in students. Digital technology has changed how people engage in political discussions, but often leads to conflict due to hoaxes and filter bubbles. University students as future national leaders are vulnerable to misinformation that threatens democracy, values, and tolerance. Traditional democracy education is seen as ineffective in addressing this digital era challenges, highlighting the needs for an interactive, inclusive, digital-based model. There is a problem how to develop an effective digital-based democracy education model to strengthen political tolerance among students. To what extent can a digital-based democracy education model improve the understanding and prestige of democratic values and political tolerance among students? Research purpose developing an effective digital-based democracy education model to strengthen political tolerance values among students, to testing the effectiveness of the model in improving the understanding and prestige of democratic values and political tolerance ethics among students. Research methods. The research method used in this study in research and development atau R&D with a mixed methods approach, quantitative, qualitative, and adoption the AD model analysis, design, development, implementation, evaluation. Analysis as identify studying problem and needs, kemudian design digital material and platform, development content creation, video modules, quizzes, and expert validation, implementation trials in university, evaluation measurement of model effectiveness. The analysis show that 87% of university support democracy education and 88% of students respond positively to learning, tolerance, and social justice. Political tolerance improve in 90% of students after intercultural interaction. However, 61% struggle to identify valid digital information and only 52% understood political tolerancy before the intervention, while 83% were interested in digital learning. 25% faced technical issue. This finding highlight the need for a digital-based model to address political polarization. The science tech digital learning cover model pendidikan demokrasi untuk penguatan toleransi politikal pada mahasiswa. Model was designed with the following main component. One, measurable learning objective for democracy and political tolerancy. Two, interactive content, video, quizzes, discussion forum. Three, flexible teaching strategies through digital platform. Four, formative, summative evaluation design. And five, anticipation of technical limitation. For internet access, user-friendly interface, expert validation ensures the suitability of the material and assess of use. Development phase, the main result include production of digital material is complete, video modules, interactive quizzes with democracy values and political tolerancy.
I'm sorry, Pak Jafar, you have 1 more minute. Could you please wrap up your
The learning platform is optimized for AC and interactive, active, expert validation media material allowing so efficient level 10%. Implementation the digital-based democracy education model was pilot at 3 universities with race student background. Result showed 75% improved the understanding democracy and 72% gained better insight into political tolerancy. About 8% activity join cross-cultural online discussion, however 25%. The evaluation showed that digital democracy education model significantly improves student understanding. The study concluded that the digital-based democracy education model enhance student understanding of democracy and political tolerancy. However, selling remains some student face technical difficulties accessing the platform and limited interaction with gesture hindered the per understanding student feedback also emphasizes the need for more interactive and practical material, include real life case student. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So you just present about it's really interesting about the development of a digital-based democratic education model to strengthen political tolerance among university students. So I would like to give the chance to the online audience. Do you have any questions for Pak Jafar? You can just unmute yourself or raise your hand first. Question? All right. So, well, actually, I have one, Pak Muhammad Jafar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, here's the question. How does the develop digital-based democracy education model address the challenges of filter bubbles and hoaxes among university students? Is it also integrated in the digital the model itself, or how?
The digital-based democracy education model was pilot in 3 university of universities Batu Raja and Universitas Negeri Jakarta.
Oh, so that's the sample of your research?
Sampel student masing-masing 10 student.
So, is it already the first cycle of iteration, or you are in progress in the second cycle of iteration?
Yes.
Oh, so it's in the process of the second cycle of
Yeah.
iteration. All right, good to know then. Thank you very much once again for Pak Muhammad Jafar. Now let's give a round of applause for Pak Muhammad Jafar. Thank you for your interesting
Thank you,
presentation.
Mr. Ami.
All right. Okay, everyone. So we have one last. Miss Riana, are you here? From Universitas Mojokerto? Okay. Yeah, Miss Riana. All right. Hi, Miss Riana. Okay, so you have 7 minutes, yeah, to present your presentation. And now time is yours. We still cannot hear your voice. It's unmute, but we cannot hear your voice. Please speak louder.
Sudah terdengar?
Yeah.
Sudah.
Okay, you may present.
Sudah. Oke. Yang mana?
Okay, you can start.
Good afternoon and greeting to you all. Let me introduce myself. I'm Riana from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. And on this occasion, I will present a topic titled Stimulation of Cognitive Development in Children at Al-Hikmah Limbangan Kindergarten. Okay. The first is purpose. Background. Sorry. There is a lot of literature that discusses children's cognitive development, but most of them focus on the verbal and gross motor aspects. Most research focus on educational games, and few focus on matching games as a medium to stimulate children's cognitive aspect. Although there is a lot of research that show that play can develop a child cognition, not all games can result in significant improvement in certain indicators of cognitive development. This matching game focuses on improving children's memory, thinking, and concentration. Okay, next. The purpose. This research aims to explain how matching games occur in learning and how it will impact early childhood cognitive development. In addition, this presentation also aims to explain the cognitive aspects that can be improved through matching games and provide an overview of the application of this game in the early childhood education environment in a simple and funny way. Okay. Next, the discussion. This research uses cycles to be applied to the matching game. The pre-cycle was carried out in one meeting. Cycles 1 and 2 were carried out in 2 meetings with 11 subjects aged 5 to 6 years at Al-Hikmah Limbangan Kindergarten. After learning using card media, it was seen that there was an improvement in children's cognitive abilities at Al-Hikmah Limbangan Kindergarten in matching the concept of number and the concept of simple addition. In the implementation of the research, class action can be concluded through matching activities using card media can improve children's cognitive abilities in kindergarten Al-Hikmah Limbangan. And the last conclusion, based on the result of research and discussion, it can be concluded that the matching game is effective in stimulating early childhood cognitive development at Al-Hikmah Limbangan Kindergarten. This is evidenced by a significant increase in the result of pre-cycle to cycle 2. Thus, one of the ideal learning alternative in early childhood is matching game.
All right. Thank you, Miss Riana. Yeah, as well, it's interesting. Yeah, your research about the application of matching game for early childhood. Yeah. Well, is there any question for Miss Riana from online audience, please? All right. Okay, so well, actually, I'm interested in your paper. I'm wondering what kind of matching game that you use to stimulate the early childhood. Is it with two matching pictures of animals or two matching objects, something like that, or how? Can you please elaborate on this?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I describe this game in Indonesia language?
Alright.
Untuk permainan mencocokkan ini kita menggunakan memory card. Itu dari memory card itu mencocokkan dua gambar yang sama. Ada beberapa gambar kita ambil dari gambar hewan, kemudian juga ada dari buah-buahan, dan juga ada dari bunga. Seperti itu.
Alright, thank you. It's
Okay.
clear actually. Alright, now let's give a round of applause for Miss Riana for an interesting presentation. And it also can be implemented, yeah, for educators and teachers here, or even parents. That those parents who has early childhood, toddler, yeah, maybe can also apply this. All right, thank you. Next, we have the last but not least presenter, which is Miss Retno Dwi Kartikasari from Universitas Nadatul Ulama.
Sorry, Miss, but I from Universitas Terbuka.
From when is it stated that? Thank you. Sorry ya. So you are from Universitas Terbuka. Okay. So you will present you will present the paper titled "Enhancing High School Students' Collaborative Skills Through Problem-Based Learning on Global Warming." Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So you have 7 minutes from now.
Okay, allow me to presentations, Miss. Okay. Thank you for everyone. In this special occasion, I'm Retno Dwi Kartikasari, a student of Teacher Professional Education Study Program in Universitas Terbuka. Before that, please forgive me if there are still weakness in my presentation because it's my first time. Okay. Okay. Today I want to present my research in the title "Enhancing High School Student Collaboration Skills Through Problem-Based Learning on the Topic of Global Warming." Okay, the research background is 21st century learning and the society 5.0 era requires students to have strong collaboration skills. Mona et al. 2023. However, observation in class 10-6 of SMAN 1 Sotanggerang revealed the following issues: that students were reluctant to work in group and prefer working individually, and group discussion were not balanced. Some students dominated while others remained passive, and the learning process was still teacher-centered with minimal collaboration. So the topic of global warming is still is suitable for collaborative learning because it is contextual and does not involve complex calculations, and it is related to real world issues, which can develop empathy and a sense of responsibility. So the PBL model encourages students to engage in discussion and problem solving to be enhancing their sense of responsibility, respect for other, commitment, and teamwork. So research problem is how can the implementation of the problem-based learning model improve the collaborative skills of students in class 10-6 at SMAN 1 Sotanggerang on the topic of global warming. And research objective is to improve the collaborative skill of students in class 10-6 at SMAN 1 Sotanggerang through the implementation of the problem-based learning model on the topic of global warming. For research subject and location, research location in SMAN 1 Sotanggerang, and research sampelnya sample is students of class 10-6, 25 students. The total student is 25, and the time is January. The time on January until March 2025. Okay, the research method. The first research design, this study used the classroom action research approach, the chemist, and McTaggart spiral model. The data collection technique, the first teacher observation, the second student questionnaire, the third documentation, the fourth interviews with teachers and students, and the last learning outcomes, and the data analysis. The data were analyzed using percentage analysis through a quantitative approach. The research process, the first is planning, the next implementation, and the next observation, and the last reflection. And it will repeat in cycle 2. So this is the findings and discussion. The table 1 look at this average percentage of collaboration is skill indicators. The indicator, there are communication, activeness, responsibility, respect, and then the measure the pre-cycle, cycle 1, and cycle 2. In cycle 1, planning was carried out by preparing learning tools based on the PBL model, such as teaching modules, media, teaching materials, and assessment instrument. The problem-based learning model was implemented using student worksheet or LKPD. Several obstacles were encountered. Firstly, student had never experienced PBL model before. Random group assignment caused discomfort among students. Time was limited. And the introduction of the pet simulation, the full PBL syntax could not be completed in the first meeting. So in the next meeting, it will be to presentation and discussion. During presentation, students hesitated and pointed fingers when asked the present. Although there was progress and increased 78.13%, collaboration was not yet optimal. Teacher reflection in cycle 1, the teacher realized the importance of allocating time efficiently in an introduction PBL model step gradually. And secondly, the teacher also acknowledged that students need scaffolding and emotional support when adapting to new learning models. And last, if future planning require clearer structuring of group tasks and more motivational activities to engage students. So in cycle 2, we are several improvement were made in cycle 2. Firstly,
Excuse me,
specific roles.
Ms. Retno, you have 1 more minute.
Okay, specific roles were assigned each group: leader, note taker, presenter, observer, group appreciation, and student learning styles were accommodated by creating infographics, and presentation were conducted using a gallery walk. As a result, all indicators increased to high or very high categories to 87.63%. Increase in the collaboration skills, where the indicators all of indicator increase. So this is to increase academic performance, that students' academic achievement recycle score to cycle 1 and cycle 2 improve their academic performance based on formative assessment scores. And the discussion, the implementation of the problem-based learning model successfully improves students' collaboration skills in 4 key areas: communication, activeness, responsibility, and respect. All indicators increase consistently from the pre-cycle to cycle 1 to cycle 2, moving from medium or low categories to high and very high, with the highest growth in the respect indicator. PBL also enhanced students' academic performance, showing a clear link between collaborative learning and concept mastery. So, teacher reflection show the importance of structured group roles, engaging media, example infographics, pet simulation, and positive classroom culture. Innovations such as gallery wall presentation, ice breaking, and group appreciation contribute significantly to student engagement. The findings of this study are also in line with Navianto and Pebrina 2023 and Mona et al. 2023, who found that the problem-based learning model significantly increased student collaboration skills through structured group work and meaningful discussion. So the conclusion is the implementation of problem-based learning in class 10-6 at SMAN 1 Sotanggerang significantly improve student collaborative skills. Data from the pre-cycle, cycle 1, and cycle 2 show a consistent increase in the collaboration indicators: communication, activeness, responsibility, and respect. The highest improvement was observed in the respect indicator. Students also display increased academic performance as shown by the rise in their formative assessment scores from 78.51 in the pre-cycle and 87.3 in cycle 2. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for Ms. Retno Dwi Kartika Sari from Universitas Terbuka. It's really interesting and eye-opening to know that high school students' collaborative skills could be enhanced through the PBL on global warming. So I would like to offer for the online audience, if you have any question.
Well, actually, I have one question. I'm wondering. It's really interesting for me. So for you said that it's also you also have the gallery walks. Yeah. So it's really innovative one for implementing in high school students. All right. My question is. So the problem-based learning on global warming, did you use the many cases of climate change? Can you give one examples of the problem it's for the big question that need to discover through this class action research? I'm wondering.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Before that, I'm so sorry if my network is not good. The question is what?
Well, actually, I'm wondering, could you please share one examples of the problem itself of the big question that you give to the high school students for the global warming problems? Did
Okay.
you give them like some articles on the news or just a simple question but need to be explored and need to be deep down um, for the answers to be seek or how?
Okay, thank you, Miss. I want to answer your question. The first one is what the problem I show to my students. The problems in my pembelajaran
Learning
is
activities.
my activities is uh, uh, show the video of the global warming, the dangers of global warming, and the rising sea levels, and then climate change, and then in the demonstration we use the pet simulation to
Greenhouse effect.
Yes, yeah, house effect.
All right.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you very much for your answer. Clear now.
Thank
All
you.
right. You have one more question from the audience. From Vinci Hoironisa from UT Bandung. How many meetings in every cycle? And during the implementing classroom action research, did you use the same topic in every cycle? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Vinci. I want to answer your question that how many meetings in every cycle? In cycle 1, there is 2 meetings, but the syntax PBL not complete because the time is not was limited and students is new to use pet simulation. So I as teacher to uh, mengenalkan
To
introduce the pet simulations, and then the question number 2 is, and during implementing PTK, did you use the same topic in every cycle? Yes, I did the same topic, but different subtopic. In cycle 1, I use penyebab pemanasan global, and the cycle 2 I use dampak pemanasan global, and the next meeting in cycle 2 is solusi pemanasan global.
All right. Well, it's really clear. I hope it satisfy your question. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Vinci, and also thank you, Miss Retno Dwi Kartika Sari, for answering the question and for presenting. Now let's give a round of applause.
actually, I'm still waiting for one more presenter. Let me check on. Okay, wait, yeah. All right. So we have. Okay, I hope everyone here is already filled in the attendance thing. All right, so we will invite Miss Nurma Aida. Yeah, Nurma Aida. Yeah.
Hello, Miss.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. Okay.
All right, so Miss Nurma Aida from
Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Miss.
Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Okay, now you have 7 minutes.
Yes.
And your paper. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, this presentation about EcoPrint project-based learning effort to increase early childhood creativity. The contents about one, background, two, purpose and discussion, and conclusion. Creativity has long been recognized and as an important aspect in early childhood development, but its application in early childhood learning is also limited and does not provide space for children to explore freely. Previous research has highlighted the development of creativity through free play, methods, and visual arts such as drawing and coloring, but it does not often assignment project-based learning, a process that integrates elements of nature and exploration of the environment around children. This research lies in the lack of study that directly examine the implement of PGPL through EcoPrint as a means to increase early childhood creativity, especially in the context of learning improving classroom action. The purpose of this study is to identify and explain the initial condition of children creativity in KB Tunas Pertiwi Batu Agung, family planning before carrying out EcoPrint activity is a part of the implementation of the project-based learning model. The study also aims to analyze the extent of various indicators of activity, such as ability to create and combine the natural materials used, as well as being able to express opinions about the result of their work, which is managed by many cycles in the structure and sustainable classes after the implementation of EcoPrint activity. This research used cycle to implement EcoPrint activity. The price cycle is carried out in one meeting. Cycles 1 and 2 are carried out for 2 meetings in each cycle, with the subject of 10 children aged 5 until 6 years in KB Tunas Pertiwi. After the implementation of project-based learning with EcoPrint activity, it can be seen from the increase in children creativity ability at KB Tunas Pertiwi Batu Agung in expressing ideas and combining through artwork made from natural materials. In the implementation of class action research, it can be concluded that through eco-print activity can increase the creativity of 10 children in Kabetunas Pertiwi. Family planning with tricycle result initial condition of 2 children, 20%, and cycle 1 there are 5 children, 50%, and cycle 2 increased by 8 children, 80%. And this is the repetition from the tricycle 1 and cycle 2. Based on the result of exciting research and discussion that have been researched and concluded that through eco-print activity, it can increase children creativity in Kabetunas Pertiwi Batuagung. This can be seen with the achievement of indicator of children being able to create natural material for eco-print activity, children being able to combine colors from the natural material from the flowers and leaves, and children being able to express opinion about their work produced from eco-print activity. Through eco-print activity, it has a significant impact and influence to develop creativity in children in Kabetunas Pertiwi Batuagung. That's all. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Miss Nurma Aida. Yeah. So your paper is related to sorry, it's also conducted in Purwokerto, ya?
No, is in the Tegal.
Oh, in Tegal.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tegal.
All right. So, any questions from online presenter? Okay. So, actually, I'm wondering, yeah, for your presentation, what actually the future research, sorry, yeah, what actually the future research that could be conducted next from your result?
Excuse me, bisa pakai bahasa Indonesia?
Oh iya. Dari hasil penelitian Anda, apakah ada future research, maksudnya bisa nanti penelitian lanjutan tentang ini tuh ada nggak?
Penelitian lanjutan mungkin ada karena dengan ecoprint ini sebenarnya masih bisa dikembangkan lagi daripada kita melihat indikator untuk keberhasilan creativity. Seharusnya bisa dikembangkan lagi lewat kemampuan yang lain.
Alright, thank you. So it's possible, yeah, to have a future research.
Yes.
Alright, thank you very much, Miss Nurma Aida, that has presented about EcoPrint. It's such an interesting idea. Alright, thank you, and give a round of applause for Miss Nurma Aida.
Thank you.
Alright, so Miss Nurma Aida is actually our last but not least presenter. And that concludes today's very interesting session of the Third International Conference on Teaching and Learning, or ICTL, of Room 1. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to sincerely thank all the speakers and participants in the Room 1 for their valuable contribution and engagement. I'm also wants to apologize for the technical difficulties earlier. All right, please don't forget to return to the main Zoom room for the announcement of the Best Presenter Awards and the closing ceremony of the third ICTL event series. All right, thank you once again, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Don't forget to the attendance link, please fill in the attendance. All right, thank you.
To the ICTL 2025.
Exactly. Welcome back. It is true what they say about Ayubi that
What is
time
that?
flies by when you enjoy things. We just went into an amazing panel sessions that features all of these amazing distinguished speakers that have presented to us generously all of the new thoughts, new ideas, new research, and will certainly enrich all of the participants that have participated here in ICTL 2025.
Right, and we're so delighted to see such an active participation, not to mention about the poster presentation exhibition out there. Guys, like for those of you who are actually joining us online today, if only you were here, the exhibitions from our students were really great. It was a really nice experience, and also I had a chance to also moderate the session on the parallel session. That was quite fun and interesting as well, because we've got to learn so many more things, so many more insights from our researchers and also the presenters during the parallel session. So,
Right,
yeah.
you've moderated the session, so you are able to tell me what is one insight, one specific topic that really sparks your interest in your specific session. Please tell me.
Okay, so basically in my own parallel class, the topics was very varied. So I can't like tell you a specific topic, but it was a mixture of about how we integrate problem-based learning experience into the primary education classes, and also we that was also one of the presenters in my room who presented about how they integrated the traditional what is that called? The Anthem mathematics. That's something new for me.
All right.
But it was really interesting. I actually learned something new.
Okay.
And then also, like the interaction between the colleagues in my rooms, that was really good. We basically learned a lot. Yeah.
Can imagine that's such a great experience, and I think that really encapsulates the whole spirit of ICTL 2025, where we bring amazing new ideas, all this lineup of speakers, to actually bring something new to the table. All of those new breakthrough, and I dearly hope you, including the moderators and also all the students, are able to gain something new that you will be able to applicate directly into your life, into your studies, into your work, into your research, into your advocacies, and certainly make a good differences after ICTL 2025, making all the differences. Yes, but Ayubi?
Yes, that's true. So,
I'm happy that everyone have a great experience so far, gaining knowledge and experiences, but hold on, we're not quite finished yet, because we will still have one amazing session, which is
the announcement of just a moment.
which is the presentation or the awarding of the best presenter.
Word! Woohoo! A moment of truth.
Exactly. And for that matter, we won't be...
Yeah, so we won't be alone this time. We would like to welcome the chairman of the committee, Dr. Julie Firmansyah, to come up to the stage and announce the winners and officially adjourn the conference. So to Dr. Julie, the floor is yours.
Baik. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to announce the winner of the third International Conference on Teaching and Learning, ICTL 2025. After careful evaluation by our panel of judges, we are proud to present the following awards. The Best Presenter Award from the Room 1, Komang Kurniawan Widyarta. Congratulations from Komang. Okay. Congratulations. Best presenter from room 2, Rafiniati Safran Effendi. Congratulations. Room 3, Anita Kurniasi. Room 4, Taufan Untung Wibowo Silitonga. Congratulations. For next room, Ignatius Widi Nugroho. Congratulations. Next room again, Siti Habibah Masud. For room 7, Widya Rizky Pratiwi. Congratulations. Next, Muhammad Arif Mardianur. Congratulations. Congratulations for Andi Sanjaya. Congratulations for Riana Dwi Putra. And congratulations Dwi Maulida Sari. Next, Ildi Kurniawan. Congratulations for Sutirna, represented by Evi Karlina. Carla Mahardika, congratulations. Kelompok, oh sorry. Okay, thank you. So, to Best Poster Award, the third place, the third place for elementary education category, the third place is Group 5. No, Group 5. The third place, Group 5. And then the second place for Group 1. And then for the first place, or the best poster for elementary education category is Group 12 atau kelompok 12 bidang studi PGSD. Selamat. Best poster for physics category, physics education category. The third place is Group 17. Congratulations. The second place is Group Group 18. And the first place is Group 16. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the winners and thank you to all participants for your outstanding contribution to the conference. We look forward to your continued excellence in the future event. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Julie Firmansyah, for such an amazing. I can see all the excitement here. Congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations, you've made it so far. And for those of you who probably are not quite lucky or haven't received the awards this year, no worry not. Please know that your effort has been duly recognized, and we truly appreciate all of your amazing energy today. And more opportunity will come. There will be another ICTL, there will be another opportunities here at Universitas Terbuka awaiting for you patiently, and all of your amazing innovation, all of your amazing brain powers and everything. Thank you so much once again.
Sorry? Okay, so we would like to invite all the winners that are still here on the venue to come up to the stage. We're going to take pictures together to commemorate this moment, okay? So for those, all of you who were the winners of the best presenter, please come up to the stage.
Sekali lagi mungkin Bapak, Ibu, dan rekan-rekan, kami dengan hormat mengundang seluruh pemenang. Kami mengundang seluruh pemenang yang tadi sudah diumumkan untuk berfoto bersama di atas panggung. Sekali lagi dengan hormat kami mengundang seluruh peserta yang memenangkan kategori-kategori yang tadi sudah disebutkan untuk datang ke atas panggung untuk berfoto bersama untuk tentunya mendokumentasikan prestasi luar biasa di hari ini.
Silakan semuanya langsung ke depan, kita foto bersama dulu.
Boleh, silakan. Mari, jangan malu-malu. Saya senang sekali Mbak Yubi lihat tentunya excitementnya. Lihat seragamnya juga keren-keren sekali yang sudah dipersiapkan sedemikian rupa. Ada yang marun, ada yang putih, ada yang berkain. Hari ini temanya.
Temanya merah putih sekali ya, Bu Jack.
Betul sekali. Ada lagi Bapak Ibu dan rekan-rekan sekalian. Seluruh pemenang tadi. Fotografer siap? Apakah sudah terlihat semuanya?
Boleh dibantu untuk diarahkan. Saya mengundang Profesor Ucu Rahayu untuk juga maju ke depan berfoto bersama dengan seluruh pemenang Best Presenter Award.
Pak Juli, jangan lupa jangan sampai ketinggalan pastinya.
Wakil Dekan FKIP, Bapak Juli.
Mari, kita tungguin. Apresiasi setinggi-tingginya untuk rekan-rekan yang berada di depan, pastinya kerja keras membuahkan hasil, tidak pernah mengkhianati usaha yang telah dilaksanakan. Terima kasih banyak atas seluruh inovasi, ide-ide dan pastinya karya-karya keren yang telah dipresentasikan pada hari ini.
Ya.
Baik Bapak Ibu, kita izin foto bersama. Kami dengan hormat mengundang Bapak Ibu panitia, pimpinan untuk berada di tengah. Mohon izin, boleh adik-adik, ibu-ibunya boleh berada di tengah pastinya untuk mendampingi rekan-rekan sekalian. Yes.
Bijak.
Oke. Semuanya sudah siap? Boleh lihat ke kamera teman-teman semua, merapat. Boleh agak miring supaya semuanya bisa masuk ke tengah. Wrapping in, closing. Siap? Kita berfoto bersama dalam 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi boleh lihat ke kamera. 3, 2, 1. Saya mau minta gaya UT boleh ya? U dan T, kanan tangannya U, tangan kirinya memalang menjadi T. U dan T. Sekali lagi U dan T. Boleh gaya bebasnya sekali lagi. Paling semangat, paling kerennya seperti apa? 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi 3, 2, 1. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami dengan hormat mengundang mempersilahkan Bapak Ibu untuk kembali ke tempat semula.
Oke, baik untuk para panitia, kita panggil untuk ke depan semuanya, kita berfoto bersama.
Kami juga dengan hormat
Panitia
mengundang
ICTL
seluruh peserta
kami mengundang seluruh peserta yang hadir langsung di UTCC ICTL beserta panitia juga untuk berfoto bersama. Mari teman-teman semuanya. Oke, baik. Kita mengundang teman-teman untuk berdiri di tempat masing-masing. Yuk, teman-teman. Untuk mengabadikan momen ini, mari Bapak Ibu sekalian, panitia mungkin akan berada di depan, menghadap ke peserta. Dengan hormat sekali lagi kami mengundang seluruh jajaran panitia, seluruh jajaran moderator, speakers, tamu undangan, beserta seluruh peserta yang masih berada di Universitas Terbuka Convention Center. Mari bersama-sama kita mendokumentasikan kegiatan kita pada sore hari ini. Terima kasih banyak atas energinya. Sedikit lagi sebelum kita wrap up, sebelum kita pulang. Mari Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Sekali lagi kami mengajak kepada seluruh panitia ICTL 2025 untuk maju ke depan. Ayo mari. Kita berfoto bersama.
Yuk.
Kepada para moderator, notulen. Boleh dibantu Mas Dian untuk pose kita di sini gimana? Ayo Bapak Ibu, kita baris dulu, kita berfoto bersama. Teman-teman mahasiswa kita udah siap nih di belakang, udah semangat.
Fotografer bagaimana? Ada yang perlu digeser lagi teman-teman? Ada nggak?
Anak mahasiswa. Ya.
Oh, ya.
Gimana ya?
Ya foto dulu. Yuk, mari kita foto dulu bersama ya.
Ya. Oke, teman-teman mahasiswa, pose terbaiknya ya. Kita foto bersama dahulu dengan Bapak Ibu.
Saya juga mau ikut ya.
Ya, kita di pinggir.
Boleh MC nempel-nempel di sini?
Ya.
Kita hitung bersama, teman-teman semuanya. Fokus ke arah kamera dalam 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi 3, 2, 1. Gaya bebas boleh, gaya bebas, gaya dada, gaya kodok semuanya boleh. 3, 2, 1. Oke, gini aja. Teman-teman, saya tahu mahasiswa FKIP ini semangat-semangat Mbak Ayubi.
Iya, betul.
Saya mau izin tanya, kira-kira ada nggak mahasiswa yang berani ngelit TikTok? Apapun boleh. Mau statue boleh, mau velocity boleh.
Ada nih kayaknya nih.
Siapa yang seleb talk di sini boleh maju ke depan diajarin ibu-ibu dekannya, ibu-ibu wakil dekannya. Boleh, siapa yang berani
boleh,
maju?
ayo. Kapan lagi momen
Bu
ini
dekan
terjadi?
dapat hadiah ya yang berani ya. Ayo, ada lagi yang berani barengan 2 orang, 3 orang boleh.
Ayo.
Langsung maju.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Yuk. Ayo. Oke, kita sudah punya 3 instruktur, bijak.
Yang mana? Yang Gak tahu. Yang mana? Yang mana gerakannya? Yang mana? Yang mana lagu-lagu?
Terima kasih yang sedalam-dalamnya untuk seluruh peserta dari ICTL, the third ICTL 2025.
Betul.
Seluruh peserta, seluruh panitia, seluruh speaker, seluruh moderator, seluruh notulis. Boleh kita minta tepuk tangan yang paling meriah untuk ICTL 2025.
Dan tentunya terima kasih kita terbesar kepada komite, yaitu kepada panitia ICTL 2000 paling keren. Tepuk tangan yang paling banget untuk teman-teman kita.
FKIP selalu paling keren, terima kasih banyak. Kita berharap apa yang kita laksanakan hari ini membawa manfaat pastinya untuk kemajuan pendidikan di Indonesia.
Dan makasih banyak. Hari ini kita berdua mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menjadi host ICTL 2025.
Nama saya Bijak.
Dan saya Ayubi.
See you in ICTL 2026. Ayo kita TikTok.